Live.
Thank you.
We are now live, Madam Mayor.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you all very much, and welcome to the continuation of the full council meeting from a couple of weeks ago. First of all, I would like to draw your attention to the revised protocol relating to speaking within the meeting. It's on page 13 of the revised protocol at 216.3. During the course of the meeting, could you please all turn off your camera and your microphone, and when I call you, please switch your camera back on and your microphone back on. So it would be grateful if you could all follow that. And also, please put your points of order on chat. Thank you very much, which will be monitored by officers. Thank you. We are starting the meeting, and it was in relation to a motion that Councillor Tromans moved at the previous meeting. The council have taken advice from council being COUNSEL, and the advice that we have received is that this is not a procedural motion, as it seeks to make substantive changes to the council's management arrangements. You will need to, it would be quite wrong of me to not to take council's advice, so I am not allowing the motion to go forward. It seems I didn't take apologies, but I think Councillor Golby has given apologies from.
Madam Mayor, if I may give apologies.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that earlier, Councillor Golby.
I'd like to give apologies publicly on behalf of Councillor Catherine Brindley Edwards, who gave birth on the weekend to Albert George Brindley Edwards. So I'm sure we would all, well, I'm sure most of us would send our hearty congratulations to Councillor Brindley Edwards. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am sure
all of us would wish to send our best congratulations to Councillor Brindley Evans on the birth of her baby son. Thank you.
I'll take that back to her, but I'm not sure, given some of the comments that have been made by certain other members of this council, that all would quite cover it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Golby. So we will be moving on to where we, Councillor Tromans, you wish to raise a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I'm confused. Maybe I misheard. You directed us to say that that this is a continuation of the previous meeting.
Yes.
In that meeting, you, using your mayor's discretion, did promise several times that my motion would be heard. And you did that after taking advice at 2 hours 40 minutes 10 seconds from the legal officer, and the final time you confirmed it was at 2 hours 42 minutes and 40 seconds. I have already written back to the council about the very late briefing note that's been supplied to say that clearly the barrister was unaware of the fact that I raised my motion directly in respect of matters arising from the business being discussed. So it, by definition, couldn't be any more in relation to and arising from what was being discussed in the meeting. So, you know, it was an attempt to introduce substantial new business that would be properly done on notice. This was in response to what was happening in the meeting, and that was accepted by the legal officer and yourself at the time, and you exercised mayor discretion to not hear it in chronological order, but to promise me on a number of occasions that it would be heard as the next item.
Councillor Tromans, I certainly don't remember saying I promised that I would do that. In the meantime, between the comments I made at that meeting and since then, we have taken advice from council, and the advice was exactly as I read out a little while ago, and my decision is that I will not allow that notice of that motion. Councillor Brown, you wish to comment also?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to point out that as this is a continuation meeting, it's as if we were still in the original meeting, and therefore you wouldn't have had the opportunity to take council's opinion during the original meeting, and therefore your discretionary decision, which was repeated several times, should still stand. And as we're all well aware, that you can get as many council's opinions as there are barristers out there. You would never get two of them to agree. So I really do feel that Councillor Troman's motion should be heard. Thank you.
I have made a decision. It is my decision that Councillor Troman's motion will not be heard on the advice of council. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The advice from council was given at the time. It's actually clearly on the live stream of the last meeting because you didn't mute your mic. That was one of the times that you weren't actually muted. And the live stream did pick up council's advice. And also you did say at that meeting that the motion would be heard. And as pointed out by Councillor Brown, between then and now, if we'd have actually had the extension of standing orders as you know, as we were trying to get, you would have not had the opportunity to go to external counsel, and I don't believe external counsel was furnished with all the advice. And you can actually use your discretion. You've used your discretion for other things slightly more unsavoury than this, so I don't see why you can't use your discretion now. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I have made a ruling that the notice of the motion was out of order, and I will take no more speakers on this item. The motion is out of order. We are moving to item 10A. Thank you. The General Fund Housing Revenue HRA and Capital Programme Outturn 2019-20. The report and the appendices were considered at Cabinet, held on Wednesday, the 22nd of July 2020, and it was recommended that Appendix E of the report be put forward for full council approval. Can I invite Councillor Jackson to introduce the report and move the recommendation? And before she does that, could I remind people to please switch off your cameras and your microphone? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Are you wishing to take...
Just one moment, please. Could you please switch off your cameras? Councillor Tromans, Councillor Grant, could you please switch off your cameras? And Councillor Pander.
My camera
is switched off, as was my microphone.
Well, I can still see you on my screen.
I have also long time.
My camera is also off.
Okay. Okay, it's all right. Go on. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, my apologies for interrupting you.
No problem, Madam Mayor. Are you wishing me to introduce the items separately? If so, Madam Mayor, can I move that
10A, please.
10A. That this be approved, Madam Mayor, as per the Appendix E on page 39. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
Seconded, Madam Mayor. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you. Is anyone wishing to speak on this proposal? I can't see any hands raised just at the moment.
There are some hands raised now, but I'm not sure if they are on fair from the previous item.
Pardon?
There are some hands raised, Madam Mayor, but I'm not sure if they're new hands or if they're hands from the previous item.
I don't have any hands raised on
Madam Mayor, I've actually raised my hand.
Okay, I don't have any hands raised on my screen. Sorry. Councillor Condacall. My apologies.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I wish to raise an amendment to the recommendation to approve this. Items 10A and 10C are the same virtually, one being a backwards looking and one being a forward looking report. But I'm very concerned in these two reports about the progress on the fire safety works. And so I would like to, in suggesting we do approve these things from Cabinet, actually add that we need a rider in there. And my amendment is that Council approves the General Fund and HRA Capital report, the Cabinet, subject to the Council publishing a detailed progress report on the fire safety works in the Housing Capital Programme within 4 weeks of this meeting, and provide regular updates until the works are completed. So I'll put that in the chat and I'll speak to that if I may, Madam Mayor. We have in the past had projects that have overrun massively. These fire safety works are a result of fire safety inspections last December, and a very considerable amount of money, some £3 million of works and some £800,000 for fire marshals. This obviously is essential. I'm in no way suggesting we do not do the works and do not do the works as quickly as possible. But I do believe it's important that we actually have a progress report, not just now, but actually every 2 months or so that we can see these works are progressing in a timely manner. I did ask in February at Cabinet for a progress report on the fire safety works. Some 8 months later, I've not had it. So as today we're approving these works in the capital budgets, I do ask that we actually have an explicit progress report, and I do hope someone will second my recommendation. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Condacall's recommendation?
Seconded, Councillor Wilson, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. As I've got the floor, I would like to raise a motion not on notice under point 4A, point 12, point L, motion to adjourn this meeting. Madam Mayor, I'm proposing this adjournment due to an issue I have raised with the Directorate relating to alleged voting irregularities in the previous meeting that this meeting tonight is a continuation of. To add context to this motion to adjourn, after observing alleged voting irregularities during the previous meeting, I reviewed the video of that meeting. Using the Council's own published live stream video, I noted several times where there were voting irregularities, and I've submitted the full details of the alleged illegal votes to the Council. I have raised these irregularities with senior officers, and also, as there is a possible breach of the law, with the police. I would also refer you to the lengthy legal briefing note the leaders of the opposition groups only received a short time before this meeting, and in response to question 2, and I quote, "The lawfulness of the motions passed at the meeting on the 16th of September in the event of fraudulent voting occurred was as raised by Councillor Walmsley, question mark. This only relates to Councillor Rudkin, as mentioned in the briefing note. and it did not include any reference to my separate complaint. Council's advice was, and again I quote, that it would be excessive to mount a full-scale investigation on the basis of one particular chaotic vote and some cross lines. This may be different if other examples of dubious votes can be produced. I have produced and evidenced 3 other such cases at the same meeting. I believe this continuation meeting is therefore predicated on, and at the very least, alleged unconstitutional voting activity with the possibility of it being illegal voting activity, all of which has skewed the outcome of votes taken in the previous meeting. As this is an extremely serious allegation, this meeting tonight should be adjourned until such time as a thorough investigation into the allegation of voting irregularities at the previous meeting has taken place. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there a seconder for that proposal?
Councillor
Seconded, Madam
Walmsley.
Mayor. Oh,
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, I never heard who it was. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that is an amendment to Councillor Jackson's proposal. No, it's a further proposal that has been moved. So could I ask advice, Madam Mayor, Mr. Richardson?
Yes, would you like to mute that?
Pardon? Myself mute. I have received advice, excuse me, and we will be proceeding with the motion that Councillor Golby has moved and seconded by Councillor Walmsley. It is a procedural motion, so we will be going straight to the vote. Thank you. Would you like to take the vote, Simone, please?
Madam Mayor, call a recorded vote, please.
There is a request for a recorded vote, please, Simone. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could all indicate for or against the procedural motion, please, and if you could also keep your cameras off until I call your name to vote. Thank you. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doherty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For.
Councillor Kazane. Councillor Kazane. I'll come back to you, Councillor Kazane. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacore.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Against. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For.
I'll just go back to Councillor Kazane.
Yeah, 4, if you can hear me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's lost, Madam Mayor.
That proposal is lost. So we will be moving back to item 10A. We had a proposer and a seconder. I was looking for any speakers. We had an amendment from Councillor Condacore where he wished to add an issue about, fire safety. It was seconded by Councillor Walmsley. Councillor Wilson.
Actually, Madam Mayor, it was seconded by myself, not Councillor Walmsley.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. The reason why I would second the amendment from Councillor Condacore is that it's very important that we monitor what is going on with the safety of some of our most vulnerable residents and having the fire protection there. This is something which was raised by opposition members over 4 years ago when the initial proposals were put forward. Myself and Councillor Golby worked extremely hard on finding proposals on how we could save the majority of the sheltered complex facilities, and our proposals were able to save 75% of the services which we then provided, which were ignored completely by the controlling group. And what we have seen is that in their haste to make cuts to services, that they have actually put residents in danger and now had to backfill to eliminate the risk. And I think it's vitally important, and I have raised this before as well, that we know that our residents are safe, they are secure in their accommodation, and that we fix this error, which is entirely made by Labour's short-sightedness in reforming how the sheltered accommodation housing worked. So I think it is a sensible amendment from Councillor Condacore that we monitor how we get ourselves out of this hole, and that all councillors are kept abreast of what is going on. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My equipment ain't working very well for some reason. But yeah, I have been watching all of Councillor Condacore's comments on Facebook and his scare tactics to the residents. And actually, I'm quite disgusted in what I've seen. We are following things from the Grenfell Tower disaster. We obviously learned things along with the Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service. We learned things, and we've been working quietly alongside Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service. They're very pleased with how we've been working with them, and not to forget that we also had a global pandemic. We had fire risk assessments done. The residents are not in danger, and I think it's disgusting to even try and say that. And that is why we have put in place fire marshals. Fire marshals are there because they are trained to get people out, and they will do that. They will meet the fire brigade if they turn up on site, and they will assist the fire brigade and show them where the problem is, whatever. We have spent some money on doing this, but we found it necessary. And the Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service are very pleased with what we're doing. Councillor Condacourt keeps going on about being kept informed all the time. He is kept informed of when we remove fire marshals, and he has been kept informed of when we've completed work, because we've done it at the Chines and removed the fire marshal. So he does know that. So why he plays all this up on social media, I don't know. I just hope the people of the Chines and Reg Adden and his ward are watching this and realise that he actually puts money before their safety, because that is what he's been going on and on and on about on social media. We have put in everything that we can to make sure that everybody is evacuated if there is a fire. Every bit of the work is being undertaken and will be completed by the end of this financial year. And we don't withdraw any fire marshals until that work is complete, and until Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service are happy with what we've done. Madam Mayor, I can talk all night about this, but I am absolutely disgusted in the fact that councillors find it necessary to try and scare our residents when we have done everything we can, and we'll continue to do everything we can, and we'll continue to keep the fire marshals there until they are needed. Madam Mayor, that is all I'm going to say on it. I'm just absolutely shocked and disgusted that anybody would want to scare our residents. They are being looked after and will continue to be looked after until the works are done. The reason that we had to put the fire marshals in, just for clarity for everybody, is because after the Grenfell Tower, their stay put policy was reviewed. We had a stay put policy. I wasn't too happy with it. I spoke to the director about it, and following the fire risk assessments, we went from stay put to full evacuation from advice from Warwickshire Fire and Rescue Service. That is why the fire marshals are in place, and that is why they assist people if they need to evacuate. And like I've said before already tonight, they will stay until all the fireworks are done. Madam Mayor, that's it. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Councillor Watkins. Councillor Phillips, please. Councillor Phillips.
I was here. I just didn't. Your voice dropped a second. Yeah, I'm going to vote against the amendment. Any councillor can look at any information that they want when they're required to. I agree with Councillor Watkins that the thought of this council would ever put people's lives in risk is abhorrent. It's political, it's scaremongering, and I've been round with Councillor Shepherd to our housing association, independent living areas in Abbey, where we have a lot, and they are more than happy with what we're trying to do. You know, This can go to internal scrutiny anytime. The processes are there for councillors to scrutinise any policy. There is no need to make an amendment on this tonight, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find myself agreeing with almost all of the speakers tonight in one way or another. I have to say, I think it's very unfortunate, in fact deplorable, that somebody should seek to frighten residents unduly to try and get a bit of political point scoring. That's certainly not what we would ever do as our opposition group. But equally, I have to say, we wouldn't be having this conversation tonight had not the controlling group been so quick to cut services to make a political point of their own. And I remember very well the extended notice that the County Council gave, years of notice that it would be gradually withdrawing funding for certain elements of the sheltered housing. And as Councillor Wilson has explained, he and Councillor Golby and a number of others put in a lot of time and work to figure out how most of that sheltered service could be protected and saved and afforded in the council budget. But that fell on deaf ears. It was all too easy to say, oh, it's cuts, and to blame others. And I'm afraid, as so often happens with the decisions that the controlling group make, they don't see the inevitable consequences that are around the corner. Maybe this time it would have been harder to foresee them, but nonetheless, we are in a situation now where we are having to fork out a whole load more money for marshals than it would have cost to adopt the proposals that we put forward. By dismissing the Conservative proposals to keep 75% of the sheltered service, the small amount that's been saved that would have been saved has been lost now because the Labour group have had to go back and have all these fire marshals. So I'm sorry, this is an edifying situation that is being kicked around for no good reason. The safety of residents is paramount, and I think overview and scrutiny is the proper place to look at that and for us to raise our questions with Warwickshire Fire and Rescue. And maybe it would be an idea if the portfolio holder could provide something from Warwickshire Fire and Rescue to all members to give us some reassurance about this, so that we can reassure residents in all our wards that they are not unduly at risk. But I repeat, we wouldn't be having this conversation now if the controlling group hadn't been so quick to cut services that they didn't have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tromans. I don't have any more speakers, so Councillor Condacor, you have the right to reply.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I wanted to keep this brief and non-controversial, which is why I only asked for a report after 4 weeks to see where we are, and it to be published so that everyone knows which blocks have been done and which blocks haven't been done. Councillor Watkins claims I've been briefed, but I haven't, about what's going on in my patch. But I think it'd be useful for the residents, because the council has just published all these 24 fire safety audits from December, that actually then publishes another short bit of paper that says all this work has been done and all these blocks are safe. So I don't see why anyone would vote against publishing a progress report on all this work. I don't see that 4 weeks into an unreasonable time for a short note to outline where we are. I do hope that some of the Labour councillors will support actually having an update, and actually an update would reassure the residents that all the things in the fire safety reports have either been dealt with or will be dealt with in a short time frame. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Do you want to go to the vote, Simone, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, so this is the vote. The vote on Councillor Condacor's amendment. Again, if you could indicate for or against, and also put your camera on as just before I call you. Thank you. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards' apologies. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Again, could you please put your cameras on as you're voting, please? Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doherty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane.
4.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
4.
Councillor Gran.
4.
Councillor Gutteridge.
4.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
4. And can you record my vote, please? Thank you.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
4.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
Abstain.
Councillor Walmsley.
4.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
4.
That's lost, Madam Mayor.
The amendment is lost. So we will continue with the proposal from Councillor Jackson. I don't have any more hands, so Councillor Jackson, do you want to use your right of reply, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are looking at General Fund Capital Programme and HRA Capital Programme. I think there's some really good works in there. I must say, though, that I took exception to one comment made previously about supporting people funding. The decision to cut that funding was taken by Conservative-controlled Warwickshire County Council, and it left this council having to make difficult decisions about how we would move forward with our independent living units. We took decisions that we felt were the best at that moment in time, bearing in mind the complete ceasing of that funding from Conservative-controlled Warwickshire County Council. Madam Mayor, I'm going to move with great pleasure the capital programme updates for both the General Fund and the HRA. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Which was duly seconded earlier by Councillor Lloyd. Do you want to take that vote, please, Simone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, indicate for or against a substantive motion, please. Councillor Beaumont.
4.
Councillor Brindley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Councillor Daffin.
4.
Councillor Doherty.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane.
4.
Councillor Glass.
4.
Councillor Golby.
4.
Councillor Gran.
4.
Councillor Gutteridge. Councillor Gutteridge,
4.
Councillor Hancox,
4.
Councillor Hocking,
4.
Councillor Jackson,
4.
Councillor Condacor,
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash,
4. 4. Sorry, my voice is going.
Councillor Lloyd,
4.
Councillor Longdon,
4.
Councillor Pandare,
4.
Councillor Phillips,
4.
Councillor Pomfret,
4.
Councillor Rudkin,
4.
Councillor A Sargent,
4.
Councillor J Sargent,
4.
Councillor J Shepherd,
4.
Councillor T Shepherd, 4. Councillor Smith,
4.
Councillor Tandy,
4.
Councillor Tromans,
4.
Councillor Walmsley,
4.
Councillor Watkins,
4.
and Councillor Wilson.
4.
Thank you. That's carried, Madam Mayor.
So the proposal is carried. I believe Councillor Evans is asking if his vote could be recorded on that vote, please. Thank you. Thank you. That, as I said, that vote is carried. So we are So we are moving to item 10B, the annual Treasury Management Report 2019-20, which was considered at Cabinet held on Wednesday the 9th of September and put forward to this Council for approval. The recommendation is at 2.1 of the report, and Councillor Jackson, do you wish to move the recommendation?
Madam Mayor, I do wish to move the recommendations as printed. This is really a backward-looking report for 2019-20. It does show some very low interest rates and investment returns, but despite these difficulties, all the prudential limits and indicators are reported with no breaches during the year, Madam Mayor. So I'm happy to move that report.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that report, please?
Seconded, Madam Mayor, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you. I don't see. Oh, sorry, Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. In this report, it talks about the economic outlook at section 4, and I'm obviously most concerned about where we are going in the general economy and the local economy. We have a massive problem coming up as COVID is doubling every week at the moment, and we're on about 60 cases per 100,000. We have a massive impact from the Brexit impact, which is coming down the road. And I do think this council has, in the last year or two, been foolish in terms of how much property it's got involved in when that is not the business of this council. I think the officers of this council are superb at adding up the money, and I pay tribute to Craig for all his hard work trying to get something out of the meagre returns from interest rates. But I do think we have been foolish in buying properties in the town centres. Obviously, some of that is obviously with hindsight, but I do think councils shouldn't be doing more than their minimum in terms of buying and selling property. I hope whatever goes forward with the unitary debate, we actually merge Treasury management and investments, because it is very difficult that we've got so much money to invest at very short times, and I'll be abstaining on this paper. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further speakers. Could I ask, rather than go through the voting programme again, if anyone wishes to vote against this proposal? Or no, we have to, because Councillor Condacor has stated a wish to abstain. So, Simone, would you take the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Beaumont.
4.
Councillor Brinley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
4.
Councillor Croft.
4.
Councillor Daffin.
4.
Councillor Doughty.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Evans.
4.
Councillor Gazane. Councillor Gazane. I'll come back to you. Councillor Glass.
4.
Councillor Golby. Is that 4, Councillor Golby?
Yeah. 4.
Councillor Gran.
4.
Councillor Gutteridge.
4.
Councillor Hancox.
4.
Councillor Hocking.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor Condacor.
Abstain.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
4.
Councillor Lloyd.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Pandare.
4.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Pomfret.
4.
Councillor Rudkin.
4.
Councillor A. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Sargent.
4.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
4. 4.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
4.
Councillor Smith.
4.
Councillor Tandy.
4.
Councillor Tromans.
4.
Councillor Walmsley.
4.
Councillor Watkins.
4.
Councillor Wilson.
4.
And Councillor Gazane.
Yeah, what's 4 again, please?
Thank you. I assume that to be carried, but could you note, please, Simone, that Councillor Evans has put 1 or 2 items on chat about his wish to have his vote recorded. Could you ensure that that is done, please? Thank
Yes,
you.
Madam Mayor.
Item 10C, which is the General Fund and Housing Revenue Account Quarterly Budget Monitoring Report Q1, which was considered at Cabinet on the 9th of September 2020 and is put forward to this Council for approval. The recommendations are at 2.2 and 2.4 of the report. Please take note of the addendum which amends the recommendation at 2.2 to state para 9.9. Councillor Jackson, do you wish to move the recommendation?
Madam, I'm happy to move the recommendations as printed.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation?
Seconded, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. If you remember at the start of this meeting about 2.5 weeks ago, my wife put a question about the Civic car. And obviously there's been 2.5 weeks to consider where we're going with it. And I think at this time, it seems incredibly unlikely that the Civic car will be used this year at all. And I do hope Councillor Jackson will work through what we're going to do with the lease for the Civic car, as it's potentially one of the ways of saving a small amount of money. I'm a massive fan of the Mayor and all the charity work we do. Mayoralty and civic functions are really important, but I do think the time of having a car when we've got such a financial crisis is well over. I also note the massive work we've done to try and keep the market going and things. It is a really difficult time So I don't want to be too negative on the council. It has worked incredibly to keep things going during this difficult time and having very, very low income. I do still have concerns about transparency, and some portfolio holders have given us good progress reports and some haven't. But yeah, there's an awful lot to do, and I fear we're going through a second wave, which won't help the capital situation and the revenue budgets going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start my comments by saying that the finance officers, particularly Craig Pugh and his team, do a fantastic job in normal circumstances, never mind in these extraordinary times which we find ourselves. I did speak on this item at Cabinet, and I still have reservations, particularly at paragraph 9.8. So I would like to move an amendment that I am now putting in the chat, Madam Mayor, that amend table 9.8 to remove the reduction in opening hours of the contact centre and substitute that the in touch is ceased with a saving of £27,000. And I do so because I cannot in all conscience vote for a reduction in the opening hours of the contact centre. Members of the Cabinet, when I spoke last time, said, oh no, this isn't a reduction, that's not what it says. Well, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, it is there in black and white. Reduction. It is there on page 68 of our agenda. And reduction means to reduce or to cease of certain operating hours of the contact centre. As an authority, we have in these COVID times quite rightly restricted who can come into our building to maintain the safety for officers of the council, and now we have moved to an appointments-based system. This isn't new to me, bearing in mind that I work in the public sector, and I completely understand the necessity for that. However, it does mean that we need to make sure that residents have alternative means of contacting the council in their time of need. And reducing the operating hours of the contact centre is, in my view, and in the view of the Conservative group, a retrograde step that actually reduces the amount of available time that members of the public can get in touch with the council. And it has been highlighted that we now seem to be taking an increase in COVID cases, which means that more people will be wanting to stay at home, and more people will be wanting to, if they need to access our services, do so through alternative means. Therefore, we are finding the wrong solution to the problem we are currently facing as a council. I am not underestimating the financial challenges that we are facing. The government is quite rightly giving us assistance, and it looks like it in the report that we will see additional grants given to the council. But to try and balance the books on the backs of some of the most hard up people in our society who will need our services more, reducing the operating hours of the contact centre is not the right solution. And I would urge all members opposite to stop this proposal going forward and to actually agree to delete the in-touch, which gives more savings. But actually, as we have found in the past, the in-touch is a poor way of communicating with residents and doesn't actually communicate the vital things that they need to know at the right times. All we have to do is look at the borough plan debacle to see how the in-touch did not work. And I think for those who actually receive the in-touch, I would suspect they would rather have people actually be able to speak to someone, one of our advisors, on the phone at a time of their choosing when they need us. So reducing the operating hours is not the right way forward, and I would encourage all members to support this amendment. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, is there a seconder for Councillor Wilson's amendment?
Happy to second that, Madam Mayor. It's Councillor Brown here.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips. This is speaking to the amendment. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, I'm against the amendment, Madam Mayor. We've had a lot of comments there from Councillor Wilson, sort of saying alternative hours of the contact centre, the costs, and the awful thing was that apparently we would be balancing the books on the back of residents. Well, that's a complete load of rubbish. I don't mind the situation, Madam Mayor, if our call centre is inundated with calls and we've got calls waiting all the while. Residents aren't getting through, but we've had nothing from the point of view of figures to back up this amendment. Absolutely no. I can't support things when I don't have some figures in front of me where there is a list of members that are, or residents that are waiting to get through to our call centre. But to say that we're balancing the books on the back of residents, it's all whistle dog politics again, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to support this amendment because I don't have the facts in front of me. And once again, internal scrutiny can have their figures and they can bring it to internal scrutiny and say, how is the call centre doing? Are residents having to wait? Are satisfaction levels not being hit? Are we dealing with calls first time round so they don't have to ring us back? I can't support this, Madam Mayor. Sorry, no facts, no vote.
Thank you, Councillor Condacourt. Councillor Phillips, sorry, Councillor Condacourt.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I don't normally get confused for Councillor Phillips. Yeah, I'm very happy with this amendment. We have a dreadful problem on Mondays getting through to the call centre. And the call centre is really useful because a lot of our other services do not work properly. We are trying to push people to do things online, and a lot of our online forms currently do not work well. They do not cope if people can't tick the right boxes because they've not got the right questions. And in one case, I knew a hedge was belonging to Nuneaton Bedworth Borough Council, but all the contact form will let us do is send an email to the County Council. So there's a whole lot of structural things we need to get right before we get more done online. Councillor Phillips talked about, people can talk about it in the scrutiny meeting. We've only had one scrutiny meeting in recent times. We're a horrendously large agenda. I would love us to get back to several scrutiny committees and doing scrutiny properly. At the moment, scrutiny is bogged down, massive committee, hundreds and hundreds of pages of stuff, and no officers present. We haven't managed to be effective at scrutiny because the council officers aren't turning up. So I think actually more hours on the call centre till we get things working right is a very good plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacourt. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an excellent amendment. It couldn't be better. It's preserving at a vital time the hours of operation of the contact centre. And although we're very likely to get additional grants and probably some additional grants thereafter as COVID goes on from central government, Councillor Wilson's even found how far more than the £22,000 saving could be found elsewhere just by either deleting or reducing the In Touch, which few residents find is timely and is often seen as little more than a political mouthpiece for the controlling group on the council. So cutting that back to provide residents with a service that is useful at a time that's useful and convenient to them seems eminently sensible. It's kind of good all round. And I have to say, when I'm being told by portfolio holders on the controlling group, well, show us the figures. Yeah, show us the figures. Why don't you have them to hand? Why can't you tell us when the peak times are? Traffic, why can't you tell us what call waiting times are? Call abandon times? If you want us to take you seriously, you're the people that are supposed to be running the council. You should have these figures to hand. Now, the fact is, the basic principle is we need to be available and flexible, and we need to be around to answer calls at the time that it's convenient to residents. And I think that perfectly illustrates the problem culture that we have with the controlling group after all these years. That is that the council is run for their convenience and not for the convenience of residents. Well, hopefully that will change Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tromans. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I could need to be corrected on this. I'm sure Councillor Jill Shepherd will put me right, but I believe that some of the saving in the reduction of the contact centre is actually historical, because we had to reduce the hours due to the pandemic, so that the staff weren't needed, they worked from home. But I'm sure that Councillor Shepherd will talk more about that. But I just wanted to talk about the In Touch. Councillor Wilson said that residents don't value it, and perhaps a few residents that Councillor Wilson talks to don't value it. And we have reduced it already. We've put it online. I think there's just one a year goes out now. And it is very, very valued by our residents. They're often talking about how much information they get from it, how much they keep it all year long. They value it. So please don't talk for my residents, Councillor Wilson. They really do value the In Touch. So I can't support your amendment for that reason alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Golby.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to support this. I find it ironic that we're having the discussion about show us the money and show us the facts, when we showed you repeatedly the money and the facts that you were hemorrhaging at the Civic Hall, and it took us years to actually get you to buy into that. And now you're blaming COVID when it's not actually, it's years of mismanagement. So actually, I support what Councillor Wilson is saying. I don't think we should be cutting services that are frontline services in this respect for the contact centre. At this moment, when we are going into potentially a second wave of a pandemic, I mean, your timing couldn't be worse. It couldn't be worse. Surely there are more, there are less valued and less useful things that we could actually reprofile as far as finances are concerned. I don't understand why you want to cut a contact centre. And I have honours ever told me that they value their In Touch. Not a single person in my entire years as a councillor have I ever had anybody saying, oh, that In Touch was brilliant. I did get a lot of complaints about it when it came out too late for the borough plan consultations. I've had more complaints than I have praise, and genuinely I don't think that many people would miss it. Again, you know, Councillor Elliott said don't speak for everybody. I'm not speaking for everybody. I'm speaking for my experience, and my experience is people don't value the In Touch at all. So yeah, I think calling it dog whistle politics is a bit of a cheek as well. But yeah, you know, again, just to reiterate, it's taken us years to get you to look at the Civic Hall. So you've got a bit of a nerve, actually. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Councillor Jill Shepherd, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support Councillor Wilson's motion. This is about keeping the current service where residents can contact by phone and email. Moving forwards, residents will be able to come into the contact centres in the mornings, and appointments will be arranged for them in the afternoon, so we're enhancing that service. And as times move forward, we hope to do more. This is not a reduction in service, and I am going to thank the contact staff for their hard work during this pandemic, working from home. And this is not the time, in this current time, which is getting worse. A piece of work is being undertaken in regard to contact centres and the traffic that Councillor Tromans has kindly mentioned. So that work is being taken place. But I am surprised by Councillor Wilson's motion, when we are doing all we can in this current circumstances to allow our residents to get in touch with us, and they're doing it very well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shepherd. Councillor Hancox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, this council, like I suppose every other council, is currently suffering a lot of pressures, particularly due to the COVID. But in Bedworth, Madam Mayor, unlike in Nuneaton, at the town hall there is some limited access to the public. In Bedworth, Madam Mayor, there is no access to the area office. That had to be stopped because of the limited access to that small thing there. However, that does give us an opportunity to look at how we improve that. It may be that in the future we need to expand that into a bigger unit. But what I would suggest, Chair, is although the area offices and contact points are currently restricted, perhaps it gives us a real opportunity to actually make further use of the multifunctional civic hall. There's clearly an opportunity there where some of the role of the area office in Bedworth could be transferred to the civic hall. So I'd be interested to hear the leader's view on that. And Madam Mayor, in regards to the In Touch magazine, I think it's exactly that. The title of it is In Touch. And unlike the councillor that accused it of being a political propaganda for the Labour Party, well, there's nothing further from the truth. The only In Touch that goes into people's doors is the one at the same title that the Tories put out. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hancox. Councillor Brown.
Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to support Councillor Wilson's proposed amendment. Just to come back on a couple of points we've had raised here, it's been said shows that the figures. Well, it's in the paperwork that's before us. If Councillor, it's it's at 12 o'clock and the sun's over the yard arm somewhere, as mentioned. It actually says a reduction of £22,000 for to cut the contact centre. That's a reduction. It's not a change. It's not the same service. Cutting the In Touch would save £27,000. That's in the paperwork. We've got that. So I don't understand where that's coming from. From some of the councillors here. The In Touch, literally, as Councillor Golby said, nobody's ever mentioned it to me in my years as a councillor. It's such a poor magazine. I mean, if we wanted to support it, we could run adverts in it like other council magazines do that I'm familiar with. So if this is a value judgment point, really. Do we value contact from customers and residents that want to get in touch with us, which I think we should? I've tried to get through the contact centre, as has already been mentioned. Mondays is very difficult. Friday afternoon can be very difficult indeed. And sometimes you can be waiting several minutes to get through to speak to somebody before you have to be transferred. So, we're not even in the same league as some businesses. At the place where I work, the phone has to be answered within 3 rings. 3 rings, Madam Mayor, not several minutes. So we've got a way to go on customer service, and cutting the hours for the customer contact centre is not the way to do it. If we have a choice to make here, do we cut a magazine that very few residents rely on, refer to, or value, or do we cut a service that's something that's to do with the fact that people who want to get in touch with us for help need? I would suggest that we cut the magazine and retain the contact centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker is Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to I'll just cover the In Touch first. Equally, I've been in the council for a long time, and never once has anybody complained to me about the In Touch. Absolutely opposite to what's been said by some of the members of the opposition. The In Touch is about putting the facts out there from the council about the opportunities and about the things that are coming up, the exciting leisure facilities that have been consulted on, and all them types of things. It's about putting the facts out there about Nuneaton Town Centre, about Bedworth Town Centre, about the Civic Hall and everything else. Not about putting what they think it is. It's the facts. So, you know, I don't support getting rid of the In Touch. And the facts are, at this moment in time, certainly under COVID-19, you know, we've got reduced amount of people that are wanting to go into the contact centres. That's the position we was in. You know, we was having less people going into the contact centres at one stage, no people going into the contact centres because obviously they weren't allowed to because of going inside the council building. We're in extraordinary times with COVID-19, and rather than you know, attacking us for reducing the contact centre times, not the actual phone times or the ability to email. I accept people do need to go to the contact centres, but in these times that can be done by appointment. We've, you know, looked around industry, and you know, you look at all organisations, a lot more is being done from home at the moment, and quite rightly so, you know, because we don't want people making you know, journeys that are not needed if they can find some other way of doing it. And if that means by going by appointment, that's what it means. So I can't support the recommendation.
Yeah. Councillor Golby, you have raised a point of order. I can't see exactly what it says. What is your point of order, Councillor Golby?
The point of order is surrounding the wording of the report, because it clearly says reduction in opening hours of the contact centre. So therefore, if we are not discussing the reduction in opening hours of the contact centre, we are not discussing the report that's in front of us. So can you tell me which report we are actually discussing?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor Jackson to write a reply on the amendment. I'm sure that she will be able to answer your question, Councillor Golby. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are discussing the recommendations as printed. There is absolutely nothing other than that. I thought at the moment we were discussing the amendment. Is that correct, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I've asked you to on the amendment, please.
Okay. In regard to why I cannot support this amendment, Madam Mayor, we've been told by the government that we should work from home when we can during this dreadful pandemic that we are currently facing. And many of our officers are successfully working from home, and that includes officers in the contact centres who are dealing with an increased number of calls and indeed emails, because it's my understanding most people are preferring to work in that way in contacting the council. Gradually, I know Councillor Shepherd has arranged an appointment system so that people can come back in person where that is necessary and talk to our officers. We are an open council. We value very much our residents, and that is why we want to do everything possible to work in their best interests during what are unprecedented times. In regard to doing away with In Touch, Madam Mayor, that is one vital way that this council communicates with its residents, and I think particularly in the current climate, doing away with that would be a retrograde step. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. We'll move to the vote on the amendment. Take the vote, please, Simone.
Thank you. If you could please indicate for or against the amendment. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For, and could I please have my vote recorded in the minutes?
Noted. Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacour.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd. Councillor T. Shepherd, I didn't quite catch that. Against. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
For, and please record my vote in the minutes.
Councillor Walmsley. Councillor Walmsley.
For, and please record my vote in the minutes.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
And Councillor Wilson.
For, and please record my vote in the minutes.
The amendment's lost, Madam Mayor.
The amendment is lost, so we will return to the original motion from Councillor Jackson. Councillor Golby, you wish to speak on the original motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to amend table 9.8, if I may, considering we've just had a conversation about how we are not reducing the opening hours of the contact centre. I would like that actually removing from that table, as it isn't accurate as to apparently what we are doing. If we are not reducing the opening hours of the contact centre, then it shouldn't actually be in that included in that table. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that proposal?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor, and reserve my right to speak. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. Councillor Sargent, Andy Sargent.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Just turn yours down, yeah. I just checking the details of that point is that the closing of the contact point doesn't mean the closing of it, does it? I can't get it right in my head. It's it just means that it won't be open to the public, but the staff will still be working. Is that correct? Can somebody just confirm that to me?
Simone is nodding her head. So yes, that is correct, Councillor Sargent. Okay, thank you. I don't have any further speakers, so we will move to the vote on. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Jackson actually made all the points which emphasise why this should be deleted from the recommendation from Cabinet. Just a few moments ago, she sat there and said, we are experiencing an increase in calls to the contact centre and with emails. Now, the contact centre isn't just people visiting, it is people ringing in, people emailing in. And yes, I completely agree that people who can work from home and it doesn't affect the service levels should do so where possible. That's happening in other areas. But they can also still work within the hours presently set in the contact centre and work from home doing so. I believe that many members of the contact centre actually work from home and answer calls and answer emails. But we should not be reducing the amount of hours that they are operational for, because we don't know when people are going to want the services of the council. We are a reactive service rather than a proactive service in most instances. So either you are reducing, as it says in black and white in the report, reduction in opening hours of the contact centre, or we aren't. Councillor Shepherd has said we aren't. Councillor Jackson has said we aren't. Well, have they actually read the report they are presenting to council tonight? Because that is not in the report. The ordinary meaning of the word in reduction means to reduce, to take away services. That is what is in the Oxford English Dictionary. We used to have Councillor Copland, who would Copland, who would sit there with his dictionary. Perhaps some people opposite need to get the dictionaries out again and see what actually the Oxford English Dictionary definition of reduction is, because I don't think members opposite actually grasp what they are voting for tonight if they vote to allow this to go through unamended. So if they won't find an alternative saving, which we have done, and want to keep the in touch, that's a valid point to take, that you disagree with where we've found the savings. But if you don't want to see a reduction in the contact centre, which is mainly operating by telephone or email, then vote for the amendment tonight that Councillor Golby has put forward to remove that completely without any other alternative saving, and find your savings somewhere else throughout the course of the budget setting process. But do not sacrifice a service which we do not need to sacrifice, and many more people throughout COVID are going to need. I think that is a shameful report to put before council tonight, and that if members aren't understanding what they are voting for either, that is doubly shameful. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wilson, could you say about your last few words in your last sentence, because your microphone went off? Can you remember what they were?
I said that it is doubly shameful if members don't understand that they are voting for a reduction in the opening hours of the contact centre tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Jackson, I understand you have a point of personal explanation, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I was very clear when I spoke on the previous amendment that I am recommending we vote for what is in the printed report in front of us tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Which is a reduction.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Again, I think there's misinterpretation here in the fact that the contact centre does not just include phone calls. There are appointments. That is contact. It is personal contact. It is not a phone call, but during the COVID, we have had to close the contact centre face to face, which in turn has led to a reduction in opening hours of the contact centre. Contact centres at this council are not just call centres. I will not support this motion. And again, it is just showing, playing politics with something. You know, to think that this council, and I would sit here, to think that this council is, what was it Councillor Wilson said, balancing the books on the back of residents, is totally ridiculous, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I have no further speakers, so we will move to the vote. Simone, would you take the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the vote on the amendment by Councillor Golby. So again, if you could indicate for or against the amendment. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Croft.
For.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For, and could my vote please be recorded in the minutes?
Noted. Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For, and can you record my vote, please?
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacourt.
For.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
For, and record my vote, please.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longden. Councillor Longden. I'll come back to you, Councillor Longden. Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Okay.
Councillor Tromans.
For.
Councillor Walmsley.
For, and I ask my vote to be recorded.
Councillor Watkins.
Against.
Councillor Wilson.
For, and please record my vote.
And Councillor Longden.
Against.
That's lost, Madam Mayor.
The amendment is lost, so we will move back to the proposal made by Councillor Jackson. I don't see any hands raised, so would you take the vote on the... Sorry, Councillor...
Can I move a recorded vote? Oh.
Sorry, who said that?
Councillor Wilson, I was moving a recorded vote, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans, you have your hand. Before Councillor...
I just wanted to say, you know, normally I wouldn't vote against these reports, which are simply a reflection of the accounting that has taken place. However, you know, we can't have the council making it up as it goes along. It either is a reduction or it isn't. It's in black and white, it's a reduction, and we're being told by the leader of the council that it isn't, and by the portfolio holder. I can have no confidence in the report. I can't support it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Jackson, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think I will repeat the point I've made previously, that I have moved the recommendations as printed. I think they are very clear. There will be no reduction in telephone services, or indeed with our ability to deal with emails as a result of the report in front of us. We are currently not opening the front doors of Nuneaton Town Hall or Bedworth area office as we were pre-COVID, but we are offering, where it is necessary, appointments. And I know that the portfolio holder is working very hard with her staff to see that we facilitate those appointments that are necessary. I also want to place on record, Madam Mayor, my thanks to our customer contact centre staff who are doing incredible work during these very difficult times. And I'd also like to extend that thanks to our finance team. I think if I don't do so now, it'll get lost in our conversations this evening. We have had to make very difficult decisions in year in order to balance the books, Madam Mayor. We have all suffered dreadfully from a never heard of in my lifetime global pandemic. We are doing our level best to take informed decisions in a measured way to make sure that our council continues to set prudent budgets and responds in appropriate ways. So, Madam Mayor, I trust that council will be able to support what is very well informed recommendations to council this evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Simone, would you go to the vote, please?
Thank you. So this is the vote on the substantive motion as set out in the agenda. If you again could please indicate for or against, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley-Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against, for the reasons Councillor Troman stated so well.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could my vote please be recorded in the minutes?
Noted. Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against, because it's a reorganisation, not a reduction.
Councillor
You
Gold.
won't need a dictionary.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against, and record my vote, please.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacor.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
Against, and please record my vote.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For, and in support of what our leader has stated so well in her response.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins.
For.
And Councillor Wilson.
Against, and I believe this was a recorded vote anyway.
That's carried, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The proposal, excuse me. The the proposal is carried. So we will move on to item 10D, which is the report, the updated statement of community involvement, the adoption of such. This report was considered at Cabinet, held on Wednesday the 9th of September 2020, and it was to be put forward for full council approval. The recommendations are at 2.2 of the report. Councillor Beaumont, do you wish to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor. Yes, I would like to move the recommendations of paragraph 2.1 and 2.2. This report follows, as you've said, the approval on the 9th of September by the Cabinet. To make it clear, this update deals with the impact of COVID-19. I recognise there's a need to review the report every 5 years in line with legislation. Therefore, a public consultation on an updated statement of community involvement will take place later this year, and I will ask for this to be programmed into the forward plan. This later review will consider the SCI in full, and the consultation will provide the opportunity for the public to have their say on the document. However, in advance of this, there is a need for some additional minor changes for some of the organisations referenced in this version of the SCI, because they're no longer in operation. I would request that full council delegate this factual update to appendices A, C and E to me and the head of planning. I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the Councillor Beaumont's proposal, please?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to second and reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The community has had an appalling ride over the last decade with this Borough Council. The Borough Plan was imposed on us. There was absolutely no consultation on housing targets. That was a fait accompli. Our planning system, likewise, doesn't give much regard to the public. Applicants are allowed to keep continuously submitting the same planning application, and applicants are allowed to change documents in the days and hours before planning meetings. At the moment with COVID, the public have got very little chance to comment, as things can be changed after the deadline for them being allowed to speak. And I ask that if we are reviewing this statement of community involvement, we actually have a root and branch review. We don't just give the public a document and say, this is your turn to comment on the document. I say we rewrite the document to make it public focused, so that the public get involved in setting the housing target, and the public get involved in the hard decisions as to which sites are and are not in the next version of the plan. This council needs to do better. It needs to have a planning system that is open, transparent and evidence-based. We have been badly served, and we will continue to be badly served if our only opportunity is one to comment on this plan, not to rewrite it. So I'll be strongly objecting to this plan moving forward until it is rewritten, and I ask the portfolio holder to do a root and branch review so that we can have a system that takes account of biodiversity, takes account of climate change, takes account of the public's aspirations, and make sure we have the infrastructure we need. In my area and many other areas, we're getting housing forced on us with no schools provided up front. Schools come 5 or 10 years too late, with no doctor surgeries provided up front. Doctor surgeries may or may not happen. We need a statement of community involvement that means the public are asked what infrastructure are needed, and that gets delivered as part of the planning system early. We need fundamental change, and I know the portfolio holder has issues in his own area with development, and I hope we can actually have a new statement of community involvement that actually involves the community first and developers last. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move that this report be deferred until such time as it is as it is updated correctly. I understand that the portfolio holder said that he would like council to give him permission to go away and update things. That isn't what he moved. He moved recommendations 2.1 and 2.2. That isn't in the recommendations at all. That didn't come from cabinet. That isn't what was in our agenda papers tonight. Nothing about him going away and reworking this report. If we just look at pages at page 109 of the report in our agenda, it refers to some consultees, Appendix F, I think it is. It's a bit of a faint print. Department for Transport, Local Government and the Regions. That was just concocted for John Prescott to have something to do and was disbanded in about 2003, 2004. Yet we still refer to it almost 17 years later. The Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food. That was disbanded in 1997 and replaced with the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, which we do actually have referenced in here. So we're referring to two of the same departments, although one is now abolished. We have the North Warwickshire Primary Care Trust. Well, that went out when we had clinical commissioning groups about 7-8 years ago. We have the Secretary of State for National Heritage. That went out in 1997 when we now had the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. We have in here the Warwickshire Police Authority. That went out when we had the Police and Crime Commissioners brought in. And the West Midlands Regional Assembly went out a number of years too. So this report is factually inaccurate. The recommendations as printed ask us to approve this document as printed. So I cannot vote to approve it because it is factually incorrect and has been for some years. So I think a deferral is in order for this council to get its act straight and actually provide us and present us with a report which is fit for us to vote for and is fit for us to actually present to the public as a sound, up-to-date statement of community involvement. That isn't what is before us tonight, and they should go away and do their homework a bit more. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a second of Councillor Wilson's amendment?
I'll second that, Madam Mayor. Councillor Godfrey. Can I reserve my right to speak as well, please?
Yes. Could you just hold on one moment, please? Thank you. Councillor Colby, I think you reserved your right to speak, did you not? Yes. Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm tended for all the points that Councillor Wilson pointed out to further the amendment that this goes to the local planning committee. You know, if there's things to be ironed out, then on behalf of residents, if the portfolio holder and everyone else would agree with me, let's put it to the local planning committee, let's go through it, let's have a go and look at it, and we'll go from there. So a deferment for it to go to the local planning committee, I would be quite happy with on the points that Councillor Wilson has pointed out. If these authorities are no longer going to be part of our consultation, then we need to look at who is, you know, and it's something we can do, you know. I have no qualms on that at all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to support what Councillor Wilson said. I mean, we have, and I feel for Councillor Beaumont having to propose this, in that he's clearly been given this to put forward. He has done, but the data he's being given is shockingly out of date, and we ought to be considering something that is actually current and accurate. If we were to put a motion to this council that relied on out-of-date information, it would be kicked out on a technicality and wouldn't be allowed to be debated. So equally with this recommendation, let's get all the information current in it. We're not saying we're not going to support it, but let's bring it back when it's actually ready and fit to be considered by council, not when it's a half-baked situation. So I would absolutely support what Councillor Wilson has said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I echo to begin with the points just raised by Councillor Brown about a potential double standard nature here? You know, if this was an opposition motion, it would expect it to be full I's, dotted T's, cross information correct and up to date. And yet we are being presented here with reports that are not just out of date by some time, but some of them going back about a decade out of date. And it's for that reason that I will be supporting the amendment this evening. I can't sit here and vote for something that out of date, and nor could I actually vote in favour of the original motion on the basis that it is so far out of date. Council needs to see and needs to have confidence that the documents coming to us are correct. Council needs to be confident that it is approving factually accurate information, and I don't think that as a council on this particular matter, with such out-of-date material as we've heard already, that we should be doing anything but having this document come back to us so that we can make a full informed decision, so that we can monitor and ensure that progress and corrections are made properly and fully. And so in that basis, I will be supporting Councillor Wilson's amendment when it does come to the vote, and would urge all colleagues to do so that we don't hive off our responsibilities as elected members. We should be, as elected members, taking those responsibilities that our residents elect us to do and providing them, the public, and also the community for which we're trying to seek to get involved, the correct information on how best to go about that, how we as a local authority go about that, and how they can get involved in that process. And I don't think they can have any confidence in a document which is sanctioned by this council tonight, knowing full well that the information is incredibly out of date. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gutteridge, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I fully echo what my other colleagues have said, my leader, Councillor Wilson. It is out of date. East Midlands Electricity Board, I believe it ceased in 1989 or 1990. And then we have water companies, but it doesn't itemise who. Then we have this, that and the other. I think it's got to be put back out and sorted correctly before we can move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't want to repeat the obvious. Everybody's obviously in agreement at the moment that this document, and it is an important document, is totally out of date. What worries me is the fact that it's not just out of date. This has been reviewed on a 5-yearly basis over the last 20 years, and every time all of these errors have been missed. So my question would be, what have we been doing wrong, and how have we been running the reviews on this document? I agree with all the speakers, and this needs a branch and root overhaul of the whole document. So I'm totally in support of this.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Elliott, and then I will call Councillor Beaumont as the right of reply. Councillor Elliott, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the lists in Appendix C that everybody's talking about are bodies that the council may engage in as part of the community involvement. The fact that some of the bodies have changed their names does need correcting, but it's a fairly minor amendment, almost like a typo. Lots of bodies change their name. I agree that they do need changing, and I think Councillor Phillips has made a sensible suggestion. But those corrections don't impact on the overall recommendation of this statement of community involvement. So I don't see any need to defer. I think that's just being a little bit petty for petty's sake. Not that we see any of that at this council. I don't agree that it's a reason to delay it any further. We delayed it enough. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're muted, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Colby, sorry. You wish to have the right to reply.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I can agree with what Councillor Elliott has just said about it being a typo, because actually some of the names in this are organisations that actually don't exist. That's not a typo. So you're including those people and they don't exist. It's a failing, actually, of bringing a report to council that isn't correct, that needs an overhaul, and not just in a little light touch kind of way. And also we need to be mindful of the fact that the recommendations that we are actually voting on is to agree the report as printed, which includes all the factually incorrect data. Nobody in their right mind in any sort of reputable organisation would actually agree a report that they know to be incorrect and just bat it away and say, if you pass it, we'll just figure it out later. Well, no, because you might get it wrong later as well. So if I'm going to vote on something, I would actually like to vote on something that is factually correct. It is a little bit more than a typo, and it is significantly out of date. I'm not sure that we can send this to the planning committee either, as was discussed. I know it's been corrected as the local plan committee in the chat for those that haven't got access to the chat. But actually, I think it's not for the local plan committee to sit down and work out which one of these organisations are still actually in existence. I believe that would be an officer function. And I'm surprised. I'm surprised that given you've already had the heads up that this document is out of date, it was brought to council's attention, it was brought to the cabinet's attention at the cabinet meeting that this document is out of date, and yet you've still presented it to council knowing that it's factually incorrect. That's actually really, really poor, and I don't think any other private sector organisation worth their salt would even consider doing that. But that's just the level that we appear to be at. I mean, again, I'm just gobsmacked that you know it's wrong and you're presenting it and you still want us to pass it.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. You wish to make a point of personal explanation.
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. I didn't exactly say it's a typo, but what we're talking about is Appendix E. It's not the main report. Organisations change their names. CAMS has changed its name to RISE. It's something the Conservative government do a lot, but it's in the appendix. And I said it's almost like a typo where an organisation has changed its name. It's Appendix E. It's not the main report. That's my explanation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Beaumont, you have the right of reply to the amendment.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am opposed to the amendment. I have proposed as part of my speech that a simple clerical process is gone through. You establish whether the organisation still exists. If it doesn't, you remove it. Before it gets to be examined by the public, the list will have been amended and it will be factually correct. It's acknowledged that it needs amending, and this is a simple device to go through the process of amendment so that while it doesn't impact on the document, it does impact on the people who would be consulted as part of its processes. So I think it's quite reasonable to oppose the amendment and to agree the recommendations as written. That was only a sort of a verbal statement that I was making to further inform members that there would be amendments to the appendices to remove factually incorrect statements. So that's where I stand. I would vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Beaumont was winding up the amendment, so we will be moving to the vote. Could you take the vote, please, Simone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you could please indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brindley Edwards, apologies. Councillor Brown.
Absolutely for.
Councillor Cross.
Or.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For, and please could you record my vote in the minutes?
Councillor Gazane. Councillor Gazane. I'll come back to you, Councillor Gazane. Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
I'm for the amendment.
Councillor Graham.
For the amendment.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For, and you're very faint.
Councillor Hancox.
Against.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
For.
Councillor Welling-Nash.
For, and please could you record my vote?
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longden.
Against.
Councillor Pandare.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Listen to the arguments. Against.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Sargent.
For.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Sorry, against.
Councillor Tromans.
Or.
Councillor Walmsley.
For, and please record my vote.
Councillor Watkins. Councillor Watkins.
For information, Madam Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Councillor Watkins has had to leave the meeting.
Councillor Wilson.
For, and please record my vote.
And Councillor Gazane.
For, please.
That's 16 all, Madam Mayor.
The vote is 16 all, so I will use my casting vote against. So we will move on to the proposal from Councillor Beaumont. Councillor Wilson. This is the proposal, discussion on the proposal. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't believe, in all seriousness, that we are about to approve, or council is being about to approve, a document which refers to bodies which are 23 years out of date. That's purely and plainly a ridiculous position to be in. If we vote, taking Councillor Beaumont's issue aside that he wants to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb later and present it later, that isn't what we're being asked to vote on tonight. It's in black and white. What is in the agenda papers is what we are being asked to approve as a formal policy of this council. And it cannot be right that we are actually about to vote to approve something which refers to people which haven't been there for 23 years. It's pure mind-boggling, Madam Mayor, and it's not a way to run a council. It just goes to show, to an extent, what contempt we're actually having for residents, that we are not doing things properly, and we are letting things go through on the nod without challenging them properly, and it'll be all right because someone will look at it later. But that's not what we're approving tonight. As councillors, we are voting for a formal policy of this council. You are asking me to approve something which is wrong, factually wrong, and as councillors we should be ashamed that we're actually doing that tonight. So I will be voting against the recommendations, and I actually call for a recorded vote, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That will be done. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Beaumont, in moving this motion, actually said that any minor amendments to the relevant appendix would be made. It is quite right that names of government agencies, etc., do change from time to time, and they will need updating. To suggest that that would not happen is plainly ridiculous, Madam Mayor. Those amendments will be made as is appropriate. But I'm passionate that we approve this report tonight, Madam Mayor, because it states clearly how we're going to get community involvement. That is absolutely central to planning in all of its forms. As a council, we've been proud as one of the first to introduce public speaking at planning applications committees, and I'm passionate, Madam Mayor, that we make it clear tonight in this revised document that will be amended to reflect those minor necessary amendments, that we move forwards. We don't delay progress on something as important as community involvement. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support an out-of-date document being approved by the council. We also need assurances that there won't be any situations where COVID-19 is used as an excuse to not put planning notices up on the streets or send out planning notices to residents affected by potential developments. We need to maintain our standards of democracy. You can put up these notices as an essential part of the planning committee's job without worrying about social distancing. It's outdoors and it's necessary in order to maintain democracy in this borough, and I'm sure that my colleague Councillor Evans would agree if he were able to speak at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 6 speakers and then 6 further speakers, and then I intend to move to the vote on the proposal. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As alluded to during the process of the amendment, I can't support this going forward as the current state is. I don't think, and I'm sorry to say, I don't have the confidence in the fact that, the supposed assurances that these documents will be looked at, when we've already heard that there are matters and items in this report 2 decades out of date. That to me is not something minor at all in the slightest. And I think it's very important about what we as a council will accept actually that comes to us. And I think this is not just actually a technical matter, but it's about a statement of values in my mind. And that's the value of us as a local authority taking decisions on reports and matters that are accurate and that are up to date. And in addition, knowing what we're voting on, it's so frustrating sat here listening to so many Labour members opposite that don't understand what they're voting for. the motion that was moved was the report as printed. The report as printed is for this to continue on. There is nothing in that report about the corrections being made and going. There's nothing in those, in the report, yes, but in the recommendations about actually that work being undertaken. And I think it's just so appalling that not only should we as a council, as elected members, not hive off our responsibility to make sure reports are correct and accurate that come to us and then in turn go into circulation, but actually we shouldn't hive off the responsibility of knowing what we're actually voting upon. And for me, I can't vote for a motion as printed on the report. And this is not the first time this happened. In fact, we've had it in the previous items tonight, where reports say one thing, we're told verbally another thing, and yet we're voting on the report, on the recommendations as presented in the report. And on those recommendations, I must agree with my colleagues that we can't put this forward. These are not minor typos, as they've been compared to. These are consultees 2 decades out of date. And I think it's it's a value statement. If we're willing to put forward a report and vote on a report that is so out of date, what does it say about the attention to detail that we may be putting, or what does that give the residents the impression of the attention to detail that we give the actual other contents of the report, and whether it is or isn't factually accurate? And that is a second values point that the public will make and draw. Personally, I won't be supporting a motion and a document based that is 2 decades out of date. It is as out of date as, in fact, some of the ages virtually of the Conservative councillors. You know, some of these departments were abolished around the time of some of the births of some of these Conservative councillors. That is how out of date these matters are. Let's not trivialise this. Let's vote it against it. Let's have it corrected. Let's have it brought back to us, and let's do scrutiny on a proper document that is factually correct and that is not a disgrace, which is what we have before us tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walmsley. Councillor Goldie.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to point out to everybody that recommendation 2.1 is the updated statement of community involvement be approved, and 2.2, subject to 2.1, it be recommended to council that the approval statement of community involvement be adopted and the statement of community involvement be published on the council's website. Nowhere in that recommendation does it say that the statement of community involvement will be reviewed and will be updated. Nowhere. That is not what we are voting on now. You are voting to put through a document that is factually incorrect. We need to be absolutely crystal clear on this. There is nowhere in this recommendation or what we are voting on to say that we will update this statement of community involvement. And I'm also going to go out on a limb and go a little bit different on this. The 3.3 says it's been identified with the current SCI, the policy to provide planning policy documents for inspection, exhibitions, face-to-face meetings and similar are not achievable at present. Similarly, it may not be feasible to provide site notices, press notices and letters as part of a planning application consultation. Why not? So again, not only are you asking us to provide to approve an inaccurate document, you're actually asking us to approve not sending letters to residents about planning notices, not sticking notices to lampposts about planning notices. You can do that in a socially distant way. There is absolutely no excuse for not sending letters to residents, none whatsoever. But that is again something that you're asking us to approve in this agenda item, and it's wrong. So it's a statement of community involvement when you actually want to shut the community out. It's the polar opposite of what you're trying to tell us it is. This whole thing needs to be just withdrawn. Actually, you need to withdraw it. You need to redo the agenda item. You need to redo the actual documentation that you are presenting this council to vote on, because it's incorrect and it's unfair. And I can't support cutting our residents out under the guise of community involvement. How is that community involvement? I know that we're in strange times at the moment with COVID, but I'm still getting my post. I'm still getting my parcels from Amazon. I'm still getting my council tax bill. You've managed to send those out, but you're saying that we can't actually inform residents of planning notices, and you can't stick a notice to a lamppost. Do me a favour. I mean, you really do insult the residents time after time after time with your attitude towards them. It's almost like they don't matter. And as a statement of community involvement, I think it's a really, really poor show. Really poor show. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Councillor Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, from what I've heard tonight, I've got to say I'm really, really pleased that the Tories on Bedworth and Nuneaton Council are opposed to their own Tory government's policies in regard to planning matters. And, you know, we've got Councillor Golby accusing us of not involving the community. Well, we do. Their government's proposing to have less of it. Councillor Grant speaks about lack of democracy when it's his government that's bringing in new planning legislation that will mean there's less democratic process. And Councillor Wilson speaks about the alleged contempt that we have for residents, when in fact the contempt should be made for his Tory government that's bringing in new legislation that will give less rights to the public to make objections to planning matters, even reducing the amounts of affordable housing that we will be able to provide. Madam Mayor, the updated statement of community involvement should be a statement that tells the Tory government that we're opposed to their new proposals about reducing the community involvement that people currently have. Everything, Madam Mayor, is pointing to less community involvement, with the government imposing even more housing numbers than in our plan, as well as lots of other issues. So, you know, it shouldn't. I'm going to stop there, Madam Mayor, because I don't want to end up the same as those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hancock. Councillor Golby, you have a point of personal explanation.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. I was actually referring directly to the document that we have in front of us tonight, as we are supposed to be doing. We talk to the motion. I wasn't referring to any prospective planning legislation that may or may not happen. I'm referring to how we engage with our residents. That's not decreed by government. Actually, that's an active choice that is being made here, and it's an active choice to present inaccurate information in documentation to this council. And quite frankly, it's insulting. And if all you've got to go on is the nasty Tory government, then we've obviously hit the nail on the head, because this is your go-to, isn't it? Blame everybody else. It's all the government's fault. Well, the government did not write this report that's in front of us, and the government did not put this motion in front of us, and the government haven't.
Councillor Golby, could you please speak to your point of personal information, please?
I am explaining myself, Madam Mayor. I've just done that quite succinctly. I could go on for quite some time, but I will save you all the bother.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, you have a point of order.
Madam Mayor, I was just raising that Councillor Golby wasn't making a personal explanation, but just talking again on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Glass.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. It's nice to see the banana movement is still alive and well. This is another opportunity for the...
That's actually...
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon, Councillor? Banana means build anything not near anybody. That's what this is what this Tory party and the Nuneaton and Bedworth have did for a number of years. We know in central government they're going to change the laws so there's less community involvement. They're going to actually dictate how many houses that each area is required. There'll be no consultation. Cummins and Johnson have already decided that. That is coming down the line. And I shall vote for this tonight because it is a step forward. And I shall give a positive shout out, is that when the Conservatives took over, they decided that they were going to change planning laws and basically put them on a back of a fag paper or an A4, double-sided or something, I think somebody said. But they've changed their minds on that over the years. And one of the positive things, as part of the what the things that we've got in front of us today, is the West Midlands Planning Aid. I'm pleased that that is up and running. I'm pleased that our voters and our residents will be able to use this, which I thought the Conservatives got rid of. Perhaps they got rid of the National Planning Aid, which was free. So I'm pleased to see that this is in front of us tonight, and actually it's a positive way forward and not a negative way forward. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Glass. I have 3 further speakers. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unlike the previous speaker, I will actually stick to the point of this discussion and not some prospective parliamentary broadcast for the Corbyn party. This is about competence and trust. We've got a report that's been brought to us, as has been pointed out, that is being inaccurately prepared. It calls into question competence. It's about trust, whether this council can trust the accuracy of the information that's brought to it. And we know that this council is held in very low esteem by the public in regards to trust anyway, given the lamentable consultation and things that it's done on some of its recent decisions. So we've got a list of bodies that has been pointed out where some of these bodies were actually ceased to exist before some of the councillors present at this meeting were born. We've got changes to planning that mean that we're not going to bother writing letters to residents who are directly affected by planning applications. We've got proposals that mean that we don't even have to bother going out sticking notices on lampposts and things. And yet we have, quite frankly, pusillanimous offer to go away, and we can maybe change it later if it so suits us. Well, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to join in collusion to actually mislead the public and sign up to a document that is inaccurate. If my job was to put forward a document that contained this level of inaccuracy, I would not be in a job anymore. And I do not see why we as councillors should be expected to sign up to something that is so accurate. We can actually defer this. We can bring it back at another date when we have something that's actually fit to be presented to this council. As it is, I cannot vote for something that is clearly unfit to be presented to council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gutteridge, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm going to talk about the Statement of Community Involvement 2020 today. It's not fit for purpose. You only have to look down the side. Electricity, gas and telecommunication undertakers and the National Grid Company, who are they? Diocesan Board of Finance, who are they? I've listened calmly tonight to the debate, but there's not typo errors, there's major errors. If I was picking this up and asked to pick companies from here, I haven't got a clue. As I said to start with, it is not fit for the purpose, and I will vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. The final speaker before I ask Councillor Beaumont for his right of reply is Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've heard a lot of heat on this tonight, but at the end of the day, this is about the appendix and about a list of some organisations that have ceased to exist. I think what Councillor Beaumont's put forward is to relook at that list and rehash it so it's up to date. It is a sensible way forward. I see no reason whatsoever of actually delaying this very important report. So I can't agree with anything the opposition have said, because all they're trying to do is delay the document again, and that's all what it's about. So I'm going to vote in favour of the recommendation in the document, and hopefully then Councillor Beaumont will make sure that the list of consultees is updated, and it's as simple as that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Beaumont, you have the right to reply to the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it's quite clear in recommendation 2.2 that the end result of the amendments, which I would make together with the head of planning, would appear on the council's website. So it's pretty obvious who's going to be checking my homework, and the homework is going to be checked by the public and all the members of this council if they so wish. When it appears on the website, there won't be a dubious consultee left in that document, and it's only a matter of fact that allows me to do that without worrying about gaining the consent of the council. If they don't exist, they won't be in the document. It's simple as that. So I'm opposing this proposal for deferment. I hope we can get that out of the way and we can move on business to the next item. Thank you, Chair.
Colby has raised a point of order. I just asked her to order chat, please.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, you want me to do what?
I've asked you to put your point of order on the chat, please.
I've typed it quickly, but the point of order is that nowhere in this agenda item does it allude to the document being amended. It's agree as printed. There has been no amendment to the motion to say it will be amended, and it's not written in the motion that it will be amended. Point 2.2 says, subject to 2.1, it can be recommended to council that the approved statement of community involvement be adopted and the statement of community involvement be published on the council's website. It doesn't say an amended statement of community involvement, and if it was amended, that document wouldn't actually be the approved document by council, because we are approving the unamended document. Therefore, what you're asking us to do is incorrect. I'd like some legal advice on this as well, please, if I may.
Mr. Richardson, could you give us the legal advice, please?
Madam Mayor, I can't actually hear the legal advice.
When I have heard the legal advice, I will be telling you what the advice that I need to give to Councillor Beaumont is that under the Constitution 413.7, he moves an alteration at 2.3, stating the points he made about it being amended at a later date. Councillor Beaumont.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment that I would make to the motion is that there is a need for some additional minor changes to some of the organisations referenced within this version of the SCI because they are no longer in operation. I would request that full council delegate these factual updates to appendices A, C and E to me and the head of planning.
I have, Councillor Colby, already given Councillor Beaumont exactly what he needed to do, and that is exactly what he has just done. So
that doesn't accord with 4.1 though, Madam Mayor, where it says that the updated SCI is accepted and recommended for approval at full council.
Councillor Colby, I have given you the information that I have been given by the legal officer.
Can I request further?
Councillor Colby, I'm speaking. I have given Councillor Colby the opportunity to make an alteration and add it in at 2.3, and that is what he was done. So we now have 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3 as a proposal.
Can I request legal advice, Madam Mayor, on a further point, please?
What is your point, Councillor Gold?
The point is on 4.1, it says the updated SCI is accepted and they're recommended for approval at full council. So that's counter to what we're actually being asked to approve in the new 2.3. You can't approve it to go forward and be done and amended in one breath and then in the next breath say that it's going to be approved at full council, surely.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Richardson. Councillor Beaumont, so that it can be better understood exactly what you were saying as 2.3, could you write it into chat, please, exactly what you want to do? Councillor Beaumont. Councillor Beaumont.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I am having to sort out getting it into the chat, so you'll have to wait a while.
Oh, we'll wait until you get it into the chat.
Just copy and paste it, I'm sure.
What time is it, Simone? I've seen it. I'm responding. Is it coming into chat? Councillor Beaumont, are you typing your amendment into your alteration into the...
I am indeed.
Thank you. I understand that people who have got their cameras on and are unmuted are causing some serious background noise. Could you switch them both off, please? Councillor Goby, I can see you on my screen, so you obviously haven't turned your camera off.
No, because I'm actually engaged in this. I didn't realise. I thought you had to keep your camera on if you were on the floor, so to speak.
And I have the chat notice from Councillor Beaumont. I will reopen the discussion. So could you turn your camera off now, please? Thank you.
Thank you for waiting, Madam Mayor. I've typed it in. I think you can see it there, 2038. Yeah. In advance of the publishing of the SCI, sorry, there's a mistake in there. That should read SCI. There is a need for some minor changes to some of the organisations referenced in this version of the SCI because they're no longer in operation. I would request that full council delegate these factual updates to appendices A, C and D to myself and Head of Planning. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the right. So can we move to
You're muted, Madam Mayor.
You're muted, June.
Yes, I am taking advice from Mr. Richardson. Right, Mr. Richardson is typing some information into the chat rather than keep delaying. So if you'd like to write it into the chat, Mr. Richardson, please.
This will be this will be 2.3.
Yes, I've seen it.
I'm having to wait now, all these messages are blocking where I'm typing.
All of the messages that are coming up on chat are actually blocking what Mr. Richardson is trying to write. So if you could just take them, you know, we could just stop doing that for just 1 minute, please.
Madam Mayor, I have raised a point of order. Could we not put that to the council leader and maybe avoid all this?
Not until such a point as we have got this report back from Mr. Richardson. What I am going to do is to move standing orders to the end of agenda item 10. Is there a seconder for that proposal, please?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, whilst we're waiting for Mr. Richardson to finish, I will take a vote on the standing orders. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Condacourt.
I had already suggested we suspend standing orders till 11 so we can have all business completed.
Yes.
We've waited 2.5 weeks for the questions.
Councillor Condacourt, I told you I have moved standing orders to the end of item 10. It has been seconded. I am now going to the vote. Councillor Simone, would you take a vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is a vote to suspend standing orders to complete up to item 10. If you could please indicate for or against. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brinley Edwards is apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could I request that my vote is recorded in the minutes because I'd like to ask my question later.
Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against, we should complete all business.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacourt.
I'd like a point of clarification because we need to know if the questions are going to be asked at the end, because we last week or 2 weeks ago couldn't have questions.
Councillor Condacourt, we are taking the vote on my proposal.
Yeah, but we don't know what it means. Does it disenfranchise us?
Councillor Condacourt, I was perfectly clear on what I moved. I move that the standing orders be extended to the finish of item 10 on the agenda. That is what we're voting for.
Against.
Would you like to continue, please?
Against, if that's the case, and please record my vote.
Councillor Welling-Nash.
Against, and please record my vote.
Councillor Lloyd. Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against, and I request my vote be recorded. This once again, Councillor Tandy making it up as she goes along, not letting members speak, and once again trying to stop questions. Typical undemocratic, and merely more of North Korea. Thank you.
Councillor Watkins.
Thank you.
Councillor Watkins is not in the meeting. And Councillor Wilson.
Against, please record my vote. We should be dealing with all business tonight.
That's 16 all, Madam Mayor.
It is 16 all, and I will cast my vote in favour of the proposal I made. Thank you.
Disgrace.
I'm ready to post now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richardson, you are posting the your comments. Thank you. Right, it says 2.3 subject to 2.2 above and before publication, publication, delegated authority be given to the head of planning in consultation with the portfolio holder for planning, development and health to update appendices A, C and E of the adopted statement of community involvement to reflect the committee bodies currently in existence. That is Mr. Richardson's explanation.
That's what Councillor Beaumont could move, which I think would address Councillor Bowlby's concern.
That is the point that Councillor Beaumont could move if that is what he chose to do.
I will move that, Madam Mayor, with your permission.
Okay, is that seconded as an alteration, and it brings in 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3? Thank you.
Seconded.
I'm sorry, Councillor Evans, you cannot raise a point of order because you are not allowed to speak in the meeting. Thank you. Right.
Madam Mayor,
so we are now on 2.1, 2.2 and 2.3. They are the proposals that have been put forward. I have 4 speakers.
Forgive me, Madam Mayor, but before we move on to that, I did raise a point of order at 2042. And you told me to wait until Mr. Richardson had typed up his
So, as I say, you go to, it's a bit like amendment, you go to the votes and then it comes to the consideration.
Right. I am advised that I have to ask the seconder if the seconder is prepared to accept the alteration and adding 2.3. I believe the seconder was Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I did indicate I'm happy to so do.
Thank you. And I am also informed that we now then go straight to the vote on that proposal. Thank you.
What about my point of order that predates all of that in chronological order up there? At 2042, I raised my hand, I spoke, and I typed.
Well, Councillor Tromans, I'm looking for your point of order. As you can appreciate, there have been several that have been.
To help, it's at 20 and 42.
Councillor Tromans, thank you.
Okay, no worries.
I've got about 7 points of order sitting on here whilst I've been waiting for responses.
And I appreciate it.
Oh, your point of order, Councillor Tromans, as I have seen, is the report is clearly defective and amendments to even try and address lengthy and confused call upon the leader to withdraw the report. That is your point of order. And
please, yeah.
Councillor Golby is saying we can't while this is on the floor, Keith. Councillor Golby, point of council. Right. I'm not taking a point of order from Councillor Evans because he is not allowed to speak in this meeting. So the point of order, Councillor Jackson, was that you are asked to withdraw this report. Once you have made your decision, we will move to the vote. Councillor Jackson.
Madam Mayor, I think the proposals with the addition of 2.3 clearly meet the requirements to get the appendices up to date to reflect current terminology and current organisations.
Thank you. So we will now move to the vote on the proposal from Councillor Beaumont 21, 22 and 23.
Thank you for hearing Thank you.
Councillor Simone, would you take the vote, please?
There is a point of order raised in the chat. Madam Mayor, Councillor Wilson.
Just one moment. Is it in the chat, is it? Simone, I'll have another look. What's your point of order, Councillor Wilson? It's not written in the chat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was seeking a point of clarification. Is this a new amendment, in which case members should be able to speak to this new amendment? I'm slightly confused as to where we are at the moment.
It was as I understood it to be, it was an alteration. The advice I have received from Mr. Richardson is that if the leader accepted the alteration, then we would go immediately to the vote. That is the advice I have been given by Mr. Richardson.
So we're not allowed to speak to the changes?
Obviously not on the basis of the legal information I've been given.
Hardly seems fair, but let's go to the vote.
Okay, Simone, could you do the vote, please?
Thank you. If you could please indicate for or against the alteration, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards, apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could you please record my vote in the minutes?
Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against. I can't trust you to get the first document right. I'm not going to trust you to get the second one right without seeing it.
We're simply taking the vote. Simone, please.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against, not fit for purpose.
Councillor Hancox.
4.
Councillor Hocking.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor Condacor.
I'm not happy you've not taken my points of order. I want to have the questions at the end of the meeting today asked. There's 4 questions that will take.
Councillor Condacor, you were being asked to vote on the proposal. Could you do so, please?
And I'm asking if I can ask my members' question at the end, which you're not allowing.
Councillor Condacor, could you please vote on this item? I will answer your question after the vote has been taken.
Abstain.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Pomfret.
4.
Councillor Rudkin.
4.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against, and I heard an extra vote come in, Simone. I'm sorry.
I think that was timing earlier on. Councillor J. Shepherd.
4.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
4.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy. Councillor Tandy.
Sorry, 4.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Document not fit for purpose. Against.
Councillor Watkins is absent. Councillor Wilson.
Against. This is highly irregular.
That's carried, Madam Mayor.
That is, excuse me, that is carried. Thank you. That then becomes a substantive motion. So could you take a vote on the substantive motion, please, Councillor Simone? Sorry. Oh, sorry, have I? Right. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can't support this even as amended because this is highly irregular, as I said in my voting. The controlling group has not got its ducks lined up and presented a report which is clearly unfit for purpose. And you are pushing this through roughshod without considering what else in this report is wrong. Yes, I have highlighted about 6 areas in the consultees which are wrong, but that then leads me to ask, what else in this report is wrong? Because if we're getting those basics wrong, what else is missing? And I have to draw to the council's attention that having the borough solicitor effectively write the controlling group's amendment, I have never ever experienced in almost 11 years on this council. Yeah. And that has never ever been afforded as a privilege to myself or other members of the opposition groups. I think that is highly irregular and, in my view, calls the neutrality of officers into question and has allowed the controlling group to get away with not having their ducks lined up in a row and getting their act together. I think this is showing the council at one of its worst. It may seem like an innocuous document, the Statement of Community Involvement, but I think when you scratch below the surface, Madam Mayor, it details a number of other issues and errors and problems with this authority which need examining in all seriousness, because the way that this proceeding has been handled, yes, we've had more debate than we were ever allowed in the past couple of months tonight, which I applaud you for a change, Madam Mayor, allowing that. But we are having officers writing political motions here to get the leader of the council and the portfolio holder off the hook when they have got their issues wrong and not been prepared to bring reports which are fully considered to this full council. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but I believe that is shoddy and is not it is not appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. The vote has been taken, so I won't be taking any more speakers on the comments you have just made. Councillor Condacor, you asked me a question. I said I would answer you. I have extended standing orders to the end of agenda item 10. Any questions that are scheduled to be asked will be responded to in writing. Thank you. We are now moving on to agenda item 10E. It seems I now have to take, I'm not going to keep being bullied with these points of order, and I can assure you of that. Right. And if you have a point of order, please write it into the chat, which we were asked to do at the start of this meeting. Right, we are moving to, we have the substantive motion, sorry. Okay, I've got 3 speakers on the substantive motion. I've got 4 speakers and I am taking only those 4 speakers. Councillor Walmsley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I rise to speak on the motion that we have before us. I simply cannot agree this motion. Once again, it does not bring this document back to council. And what we are asking council to do, albeit with a fudge from the legal officer because the controlling group couldn't get their own amendments right, then what we're asking to do is again put the faith back into those people that drafted this document initially by the portfolio holder that's been looking at and working on this document, or one would hope has been working on this document initially. If he didn't realise that, one could question whether or not he's seen this document before it was approved, before it came to even cabinet. You know, was he working on this document with officers or not? In theory, the implication is that he was, and therefore both officers and the portfolio holder seem to have missed these important points. And it is not just about the consultees, which, as I say, I think somebody earlier said were 2 decades out of date, the age of virtually the age of some of the Conservative councillors on this side. But actually, it's the content of this document as well. I can't approve a document that allows us to actually reduce. It's all well and good calling it a statement of community involvement, but actually it reduces the involvement that we as a council currently set out and currently actually give and produce and allow our residents to have. And I'm sorry, but not in addition to the fact that I, as an elected member, refuse to hand over and have refused to back out of my requirement as an elected member to approve and to take decisions on behalf of the community which elect us to represent them, and hive that over when the document presented to us was incorrect in the first place and was previously pointed out by Councillor Wilson, I believe, at the cabinet meeting. So there's been enough time for the this addendum to be redone. If it was only a small matter, I don't see why we've had the delay since the original council. I think we're approaching, and I'm happy to be correct, but about 2.5 to 3 weeks since the Councillor Wilson pointed out the factual errors on this, leaving aside the watering down of the involvement of our community. This hasn't been done. So there was ample opportunity for it to be done then. I have no confidence that it will be done and done correctly going forwards. And I can't vote for a motion that does not bring this document, this heavily out of date document, this factually incorrect document back to council so we can approve a document that is factually correct. I fundamentally believe as a councillor, that is what we should be making our decisions upon. What is factually in front of us, and the motions as they are properly constituted and set before us, originally as was written on the agenda, and now as is now written in the chat. And I state again, for those reasons above, I can't support this motion tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I was actually going to query some of the things that Councillor Wilson's already queried about the neutrality of officers actually writing amendments on the hoof for the controlling group. I think that's out of order, quite frankly. So what you are effectively asking us to do now is to agree a document that technically doesn't exist, because the amended document doesn't exist. The document as presented exists. However, given that it's so obviously wrong, and if that's the standard that's being produced for us to agree in public, I wouldn't trust you to run a bath, let alone amend a document correctly without and then have me agree it without even seeing it. That's no way to actually run anything on any sort of professional level. I have no faith that it will be done accurately, and I certainly wouldn't want to put my name to it without seeing it first. Like Councillor Walmsley's already pointed out, and I pointed out earlier, you've had significant amount of time to actually go through this and amend the errors, and you just couldn't be bothered. You know, it's just disrespectful. It's not disrespectful of us, because we know, you know, that's to be expected, quite frankly. It's disrespectful of the residents, because this is actually something that is being presented to them, and in some cases on their behalf. And again, it's wrong. It shouldn't actually be going into the documentation as we've got. And what happens if you get it wrong? So if, for example, this goes through now, and the document is amended, what happens if the amended document is still incorrect or has inconsistencies? Where's the safety net? We will be publishing something that's not validated and ratified, and I can't do that, because nobody in their right mind would do that on any professional level. And I have to say, I'm not calling into question the professionalism of our senior officers. I actually am calling into question the ability of the leading controlling group to, like I say, even run a bath, let alone get anything right. You should have pulled this document before it came. You should have amended it properly, and you should have presented us with the correct information that we are expected to vote on. Not just some wishy-washy, wave your arms, oh, we'll fix it later, maybe, because I don't have confidence that it will be done correctly. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. Just one moment, please. I was reading chat. Councillor Brown, sorry for the delay. Councillor Brown, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rather thought I was the last to indicate to speak, but I'm happy to speak anyway. This meeting really does take the biscuit, doesn't it? We've got possibly illegal voting in the first half by some members on behalf of possibly absent colleagues, and now we've got the shenanigans that we seem to be going through of using impartial officers at this council to write the controlling group's amendments to a motion that they couldn't get right in the first place. But I will congratulate Director Richardson on getting it all in the same tense, unlike the initial version that we received from the portfolio holder, which was written in a combination of the third and first persons. So these are the sort of shenanigans that used to go on at places like Longbridge in the 70s, you know, which gave us such fantastic products as the Austin Allegro. I will not be a party to colluding in this sort of basically undemocratic process that puts through a report, as we've heard from Councillor Golby and Councillor Wilson, is inaccurate, and it contains a number of other inaccuracies, as well as a reduction in service in planning, all dressed up as a statement of community engagement, when in fact in many areas it's a statement of community disengagement. We're giving the residents a worse service under the guise of engagement. I will not be a party to that. I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tromans.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did raise a point of order and explain it in the chat. One of my colleagues would like to speak on this, but I understand he's not being allowed to speak at any stage in this meeting. I wonder if you could explain for the record why that is. Thank you.
I will explain why it is, and I know that both your members of your colleagues and members of your group are well aware, and that Councillor Evans is well aware. At the last meeting, I moved a resolution because of the problems that were being caused within the meeting, that Councillor Evans no longer be allowed to speak. That was carried in the meeting. Him not being allowed to speak carried on through into this continuation meeting, and as a result of comments he made, it did go to council, and the council advice was, just a minute, let me get it absolutely right. Sorry, is that the motion that I moved was valid, and therefore I have taken the advice of council, and Councillor Evans cannot speak in this meeting. He can vote, excuse me, he can vote, and he can, but he cannot raise points of order or speak in the meeting. That is the explanation. Thank you. Councillor Long, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I sat here very patient tonight, trying to figure out what the tactics are of the Conservative group, and I hope members of the public have been watching, because I explained to them as well. It's been nothing but semantics. It's been nothing but reiteration. Right from the start of this, the points that the last 3 or 4 speakers have made from their side have been exactly the same as the points that were raised goodness knows how many hours ago. And it's just a tactic to delay and frustrate the business of this council. And it's not on. It certainly isn't on. It's a dirty way of playing, but if you want to play on that way, then we'll have to put up with it. But I do hope members of the public do realise what is going on here, and I do hope that they actually believe what the portfolio holder has said about trying to improve on the public engagement. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hancock.
Madam Mayor, move progress and move that the vote be taken.
Thank you. Well, I understand from the chat that currently Councillor Elliott is having a small problem and is moving back. Oh, sorry, and was going out and coming back in again, but she's now back.
I'll move to second the vote, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. I have one speaker left, Councillor Condacor, so I will allow you to speak, and then I will be moving to the vote. Oh, sorry, and I will be taking a vote on moving to the vote at that point.
Madam Mayor, you should move so the vote once it's been moved.
Pardon?
So that's Councillor Hancock's. Can I have a mo to say I've raised 3 points of order now to adjourn the meeting, because this is total chaos. We've gone 6.5 hours by the time we've gone through all this voting and faffing, and we should be actually taking the public questions at the end, who waited 3 weeks.
Councillor Condacor, please will you not continue to keep going on about the public questions? Councillor Condacor, if people had not have decided to have made this, extend this meeting to the way they have, I would have allowed to go to the end of the meeting. As it is, we are only going to the end of agenda item 10, and we are now going to take the vote on the substantive motion. Sorry.
Madam Mayor, I made 3 points, none of which you took to the vote, which would have helped progress.
I moved the extension of standing orders, and it was carried. I now have no more speakers, and I have had a proposal to move to the vote from Councillor Hancock, seconded by, I believe, Councillor Lloyd. So
I moved to next business before that. You just take things in the order you want.
Wasn't seconded.
Becoming increasingly objective in this meeting. Could we please, Simone, go to the vote on moving to the vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Okay, if you could indicate for or against the substantive motion at 10D, please. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards, his apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Am I allowed to ask? Could you just clarify what we're voting on, Simone?
The substantive motion.
We're voting on a motion to go to the vote.
No.
No.
My understanding is we're voting on the substantive motion. There were no other speakers, so
That's not what the mayor's just said. I know I'm not allowed to speak, but a motion was moved to the vote. I'm confused here.
Yeah, it was Councillor Evans. You are not allowed to speak, but a motion was moved to the vote, which was seconded. I allowed a further speaker to speak, and now I have to take a vote on moving to the vote. That is what we were doing, is it not, Simone?
Start again then.
if that's what you'd like to do, Madam
Yes,
Mayor, we can do that. I'll need to start the vote again then.
Vote, please.
Okay, so this is a procedural motion then to move to the vote. Okay, again, if you could indicate for or against, this is to the procedural motion to move to the vote, not the substantive motion. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards, his apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doughty.
For.
Councillor Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could you please record my vote in the minutes?
Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For.
Councillor Golby.
Against moving to the vote.
Councillor Gran.
Against moving to the vote.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against moving to the vote.
Councillor Hancocks.
For.
Councillor Hocking. For. Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condacor. Councillor Condacor. You're muted.
He's upside down.
Councillor Condacor. Is that an abstention? I'll come back to you, Councillor Condacor. Councillor Llewellyn-Nash. Councillor Llewellyn-Nash, you're muted.
Sorry. Against moving to the vote, and please record it.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For moving to the vote.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For moving to the vote.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against, and I ask my vote be recorded.
Councillor Watkins, still absent, and Councillor Wilson.
Against, and please record my vote.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Condlecore. Did you wish to vote?
I'll go against.
That's 16 all, Madam Mayor.
Vote is 16 all, so I will use my casting vote for the proposal, which is now carried. Thank you.
Yeah. I know. We are now taking the vote on the substantive motion. Again, if you could please indicate for or against. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brindley Edwards. Apologies. Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doherty.
For.
Councillor Elliott. Councillor
For.
Elliott.
For.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could you please record my vote in the minutes?
Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
For, and could you record my vote as well, please?
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Gran.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
For.
Councillor Hocking.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Condlecore.
Against, and please record my vote.
Councillor Llewellyn-Nash.
Against, and please record my vote.
Councillor Lloyd.
For.
Councillor Longdon.
For.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
For, and please record my vote.
Councillor Pomfret.
For.
Councillor Rudkin.
For.
Councillor A Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J Shepherd.
For.
Councillor T Shepherd.
For.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
For.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins is absent. And Councillor Wilson.
Against, and please record my vote.
That's 16 all.
Vote is 16 all, so I will use my casting vote for the proposal. The vote is now carried. So we are moving on to agenda item 10E. The report was considered at Cabinet, held on Wednesday the 9th of September 2020, and it was to be put forward for full council approval. The recommendations are at 2.1 and 2.2 of the report on page 2 of the addendum. Councillor Beaumont, do you wish to move the recommendation?
I certainly do, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is to approve the updated local development scheme, and the recommendations are 2.1, the local development scheme at Appendix A be adopted, and 2.2, the local development scheme be published on the council's website. I so move, ma'am.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for Councillor Beaumont's proposal?
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment, and I've just put it into the chat, that on paragraph 2.2 of the policy, the car parking standards SPD 2003 be deleted, and we insert the transport demand management matters SPD 2020. Because the car parking standards SPD is defunct, we haven't been able to use it on the planning committee for many years. We were always told, certainly for the past 5 or 6 years, that that car parking standards document is out of date. It cannot carry any weight with the inspector, and it is quite frankly misleading to leave it in documents, even though this has been highlighted many times before by myself to the planning department in other consultations, particularly the most recent consultations on the concept plans, which were approved not so long ago. They still referred to the car parking standards SPD. It is vitally important that we get these matters right, and that when we are putting policies out there for members of the public and for the council to follow, that they are following the right policies. And Catherine Morton, before she departed, informed me that the Transport Demand Management Matters SPD is actually the new SPD which does govern things like car parking standards. So I would move that amendment, Madam Mayor, so that we are actually factually correct, unlike the last item, and that we don't actually mislead members of the public. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Is there, excuse me, is there a seconder for Councillor Wilson's amendment?
I'm happy to second that, Madam Mayor. Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Okay, I don't have any speakers, so we can move straight through. Oh, sorry, Councillor Condacor.
Thank you very much. It does take a second for the hands to go down.
Yeah.
It'd be very useful if we knew what was in the demand management thing before we voted on this. And I think we've not had enough briefings on all these SPDs. We also have the issue where the SPDs aren't being enforced. So if we have a new SPD changes, we're not doing the SPD on sustainable housing and orientating houses to the sun. And the whole thing's pretty much a waste of time, our planning documents, because we just let developers do what we want. So whilst I would welcome us having an SPD on demand management matters, I am very concerned we won't actually enforce it.
Thank you, Councillor Condacor. I don't have any more speakers, so I will move to the Councillor Beaumont have the right of reply on that amendment. Yeah, Councillor Beaumont, you have the right to reply on the amendment.
I don't have a lot to say, Madam Mayor. I don't understand the sustainability transport thingy. Demand Management Matters SPD. I presume it's the document that we're discussing now is the one that the head of planning has deemed necessary in order to move forward with his plans to improve things. So I've no opinion on it, and I await further information. And on those grounds, I would oppose what Councillor Wilson has proposed, because I don't know what it is. I recognise that the current parking regulation or demands of planning are not approved, you know, and they hold no force. I don't know what force the Transport Demand Management Matters SPD would have. So until I know more, I'm not prepared to vote for something I don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Beaumont was winding up had his right to reply for the amendment. So we will move to the vote. Simone, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, if you could indicate for or against the amendment, please. Councillor Beaumont.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against. If the portfolio holder doesn't know what he's talking about, how are we to?
There you are. Sorry.
Councillor Croft.
For the amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Croft, I missed that. Can you just repeat that, please?
Amendment.
For.
Yes.
Councillor Daffin.
Against.
Councillor Doughty.
Against.
Councillor Elliott.
Against.
Councillor Evans.
For, and could my vote please be recorded in the minutes?
Councillor Gazane.
For.
Councillor Glass.
Against.
Councillor Golby.
For the amendment.
Councillor Gran.
For.
Councillor Gutteridge.
For the amendment.
Councillor Hancox.
Again.
Councillor Hocking.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Condacor.
I'll have to abstain because I don't know what it is so far.
Councillor Welling Nash.
For the amendment, and please record my vote.
Councillor Lloyd.
Against.
Councillor Longdon.
Against.
Councillor Pandair.
For.
Councillor Phillips.
Again.
Councillor Pomfret.
Against.
Councillor Rudkin. Sorry, Councillor Rudkin, could you just repeat that, please? Councillor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Abstain.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
Against.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Tandy.
Against.
Councillor Tromans.
Just to be clear, this is on the amendment because it wasn't clear at the start.
Yes, it's the amendment that Councillor Wilson moved. Councillor Tromans.
I'm for the amendment, but I
Thank you.
wasn't very clear. Thank you.
Councillor Walmsley.
I am for the amendment.
Councillor Watkins is absent. Councillor Wilson.
For.
That's lost, Madam Mayor. The amendment's lost.
Amendment is lost, so we will move.
Point of order, Madam
There was a
Mayor.
point of order in the chat, Madam Mayor.
Round.
It's been acknowledged, Madam Mayor, 2132.
Yeah, I acknowledged it and asked you to write it on the chat.
And as you see, it was there before you asked that.
It wasn't clear whether we were voting on the amendment. Sorry, it wasn't clear.
Madam Mayor, as others have mentioned, it wasn't clear whether we were voting on the amendment or the main motion. I wish to record my vote as being for the amendment, but in the confusion, I may have inadvertently cast it as against, due to the confusion here. So,
on the basis of what you have said, Councillor Brown, could you please put Councillor Brown down as for?
I appreciate it makes no difference to the outcome, but it's important to me. Thank you.
That's still lost, Madam Mayor.
Right, the amendment is lost, so we will move on to the proposal as moved by Councillor Beaumont and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Councillor Condacor, you wish to speak?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and please do have a sip of water or something. You seem to be suffering. It's been a long day. I think this is another one that isn't yet fit for going to be approved. We have a new government planning policy coming in soon, which will run a coat and horses through planning policy. And it was the head of our planning committee said this will put an even higher housing target on the borough, but actually it won't. The government's horrendous new planning policy will increase our target to 662 a year. That's actually less than the 704 we've got at the moment. So rotten is our borough plan. We clearly need a refresh, and in the start of this document, it talks about reviewing the plan. We have failed to do so. Councillor Phillip has repeatedly said, don't worry, vote for the plan in 2019, then we'll instantly review it. That hasn't happened. It is taking so long to review this plan that it'll be quicker to start again. This is not fit for purpose. We have major structural problems in our borough due to the lack of a decent plan. The schools aren't getting built, the GPs aren't getting built. Everything is going wrong, and now we've got COVID coming on, which is going to drastically change the amount of house building we need. It's going to change where people want to live, migration, etc. And I think we really do need to tear the plan up, start again in light of the new world. And a big theme that's coming out is Build Back Better. I think this should be rejected today, and we should look at a Build Back Better local plan based upon sensible numbers, no overflow from Coventry, and actually this time get the community involvement. We never wanted 4,000 homes from Coventry. The 4,000 homes from Coventry could never be built here because the economics have sent them to Warwick. Warwick and Stratford-upon-Avon, high house prices are overbuilt.
Can you speak to the proposal, please?
Yes, the proposal is to adopt this local development framework. This is not fit for purpose, so I'll be voting against it and hope we actually make a fresh start with a new plan based on evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips, please.
Well, Madam Mayor, I have to support where we are at this present moment in time. Keith, Councillor Condicourt is dead right. Things are going to change completely. Even Eric Pickles said that the centralisation of deciding how many houses are going to be built in each area is more like a communistic 5-year plan. And he did say that. Local communities, and I agree with Councillor Condicourt there, will not have as much say as they did before. And there is the argument that they didn't have enough say as they did before. But we have to work within the guidelines that we've got at this present moment in time. And I think it also, Madam Mayor, it was mentioned back in 2010 when the coalition got in, we were going to turn planning applications or planning law down to 50 pages. You know, we have followed that guideline for years and years and years. And the awful thing I've heard tonight as well, you know, is the fact that officers, again, civil servants with no political bias, right, have been dragged into sort of making it political. We work, and as far as I'm concerned, and being on this council 14, 15 years, we work to officer advice, we work to legal advice, we work to government advice. This local plan was not Nuneaton Labour Party's local plan. It was a local plan that was put through and put to the government and found to be okay and what they wanted. Yes, I agree that there was an issue with the overspill. This 4,000 overspills, rubbish, absolute rubbish. 2,000 additional houses were needed. We have a duty to cooperate at that particular time, Madam Mayor, under the law. Under the law, we have a duty to cooperate. Now, the Conservative Party are saying there's no duty to cooperate. You know why? Because we will tell you from central government how many, through an algorithm, which did so great for A-levels in this country, an algorithm that will tell you how many houses you need to have. You know, I support this local development scheme because it's the things we have to do at this present moment in time. And I would expect everyone to support it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yet again, we are being faced with the prospect of voting for reports which are wrong. And yet again, officers and portfolio holders are putting before us reports which are factually incorrect. The 2003 SPD is out of date. We cannot use it. Attend any planning committee you like when it comes to large planning applications, and the officers will tell you the 2003 SPD is no longer enforceable. It is there for guidance only. How many times as planning councillors have we sat there and been told that, yet the very exact same planning councillors tonight are going to vote through a report which is factually incorrect? It just beggars belief that we're in that. Sorry, Councillor Phillips, it's my chance to speak, not yours. You've had
Councillor Wilson, total respect.
No,
I didn't
Councillor Phillips, Councillor Phillips, could you allow Councillor Wilson to speak, please?
I would like to apologise first, lad.
Thank you, Councillor. How can members of the public have faith in council documents when they are incorrect? When I speak to my residents, particularly in Whitestone, and as you would expect, having HSG 9, the Golf Drive development there, they are particularly hot on these things, and they look at things like the ability to review the borough plan and all the car parking standards and all those other things which will go into the development which is shortly to take place behind them. And yet we are deliberately telling them, by voting for this tonight, a wrong policy. And to say that the borough plan isn't Labour's document, isn't Labour's policy, is the biggest load of baloney I've heard in this chamber in 11 years. It is Labour councillors which selected the sites to go in. It is Labour councillors which decided that the duty to cooperate is a duty to capitulate and give in to the neighbours. It was Labour councillors who didn't attend the other meetings. I know, I've been told by the other people who were there that we weren't even in the room to be part of the game to have a say on how many houses we were supposed to take. To quote Judge Judy, who is unfortunately retiring, it's baloney that we are hearing from the controlling group tonight. It is their policy. They voted for it hook, line and sinker. Not one member of this opposition party voted for it, because we would not have been guilty or party to the destruction of our landscape and our green belts and the areas which our residents so greatly value and enjoy. So yes, let's review the borough plan. That's in here, but we must have the right underlying principles in the policies to move forward. So on that basis alone, 2 out of 2 I can't vote for, because the controlling group can't get their reports right, won't actually take friendly amendments to actually make sure that we are voting on the right thing. They're just, it's like cruising on the Titanic. The Labour group just don't seem to care. They'll vote through anything so long as it's been rubber stamped by the cabinet without thinking. And that's a shame. That's not how democracy should work. We should be putting the right things in as the policies for all members and all residents to abide by. It's shameful tonight, Madam Mayor. It truly is.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I have 3 more speakers, and then I do intend to go to the vote on the proposal. Councillor Goldberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's interesting to see that actually the duty to cooperate was should have been around 2,000. However, you happily agreed to around 4,000. That's quite an interesting piece of information. And I also think that members or residents in the Woodlands and Hawkesbury would say that this is very much something that Labour have pushed on them. So again, it's interesting to see how there's just this element of denial. And I'd like to correct Councillor Wilson. Actually, it's 3 for 3 documents that are inaccurate, not 2 for 2. We've had the finance document.
Councillor Golby, can you please speak to the proposal that we are discussing?
Which is everybody else has tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. But yeah, this again is another report that is incorrect. Again, you are bringing forward something and it's inherently unprofessional. And every member of the Labour group who votes this through is actually unprofessional. There is absolutely no doubt about it. You should be demanding more from your leadership. You should be demanding more from your cabinet, and not bringing documents that are inaccurate by not a couple of months, but actually years of date. I am speaking
to the proposal. No, you're not. Please speak to the proposal.
I am speaking to the proposal in as much as the proposal is inaccurate. Therefore, I am speaking to the proposal. I cannot support something that is inaccurate, and it's unprofessional of anybody else to support anything that is inaccurate. And yet again, we are presented with a report that is inaccurate. You have rejected the proposal Councillor Wilson put forward to correct the inaccuracy. You rejected that soundly. And you are yet again presenting us with what's left in this document that is factually incorrect. It would also call into question any Labour members that sit on the planning committee, because if you're passing inaccurate planning information here and then go and sit on a planning committee, how can that be right? I'm not sure how that would accord with anybody. So I think that is definitely open to interpretation of accuracy there. So again, just like to say thank you very much for yet again presenting us with an inaccurate document, and I will not be voting for it because it's not right, and you should be doing, at least for the residents, you should be presenting them with things that are correct and are not just dross. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Trowman. Councillor Trowman, sorry.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I don't know where to begin. I'll have to crib off somebody who's spoken already tonight who referred to trust and competence. The trust element of it, well, I'm not surprised that this council is held in such low regard by the public. You know, some of the stuff that I've heard, I mean, Councillor Phillips, who I'm sure means well, but some of that tonight is just shocking. As Councillor Wilson said, the borough plan was entirely a creation of the controlling Labour group, who selected all the sites, who forced it through, who paid lip service to any kind of consultation. A plan that has been described by many time and time again as little better than gerrymandering, you know, our borough, and massively bigger target than was ever wanted or proposed or suggested by government. And now we've got the same dishonesties being spun again in terms of, you know, telling people, oh, well, the government's looking to increase your target even more. But the government's expectations, as published and using the appropriate literal methodology, is for a lower target than we already have under this Labour Council. So what is being said is untrue, factually incorrect. Now, you know, that takes care of the trust item. I think the borough plan probably killed people's trust in the controlling Labour group. But now we have the most serious issue, which is about competency. And it seems that every report tonight, every report, has been factually incorrect, has been below the standard that would be expected of any organisation, particularly one that is costing millions of pounds of public money. We can't go on like this. We don't seem to have a remedy. The moment we start debating stuff properly, it gets closed down. And, you know, we have reports like this that we can do nothing about. Next May can't come quick enough. The damage that you are doing to the reputation of this council and the harm you are doing to the people of the borough, it's got to stop before then. For heaven's sake, you know, trust and competence. There's no trust. The very least it can be is something like competent, but tonight has proven the council's just not even fit for that. I don't know where we go from here. I can't vote for this because, you know, like the other reports, it's just wrong. And everything that's been spun about it by the Labour group is wrong and factually incorrect too. These aren't matters of difference of opinion. You know, he's happy for people to have a difference of opinion and a difference of philosophy and policy. That's not the issue. The issue is one where if somebody stands up and says things that are factually incorrect time and again, and they know it, you are destroying trust. And when you present 3 times in a row 3 reports, of which this is the last, that contain inaccuracy, then people can have no trust in the competency of the council either. It is a very sad point that we've reached tonight, and that it's taken 4 hours to get to. I feel sorry for the public that have had to watch this. I hope they've zoomed through most of it. And Madam Mayor, I can't support this, and that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Final speaker before I move to the vote, Councillor Brown.
Many thanks, Madam Mayor. Councillor Tromans has covered most of the points far more eloquently than I possibly could. But we've had 3 reports tonight. The last 3 reports, amongst others, have contained massive factual inaccuracies. There's a saying, once is a mistake, twice is a pattern, 3 times is a habit. And what we have here is a habit of presenting stuff to this council that is factually incorrect, which is forced through, often on a casting vote, and denying the residents the chance to have a better borough. I mean, I was at the original borough plan meetings, and it was quite clear at the outset there the housing numbers had been decided in advance, and we were just looking to fit the facts to support the decisions that had already been made. We then had meetings without minutes in secret. This is clearly a Labour plan, you know, and to try and sort of weasel out of it on the grounds that the government's got some proposals to change some planning rules in the future that haven't even come to pass yet, but which we've just heard will actually, you know, likely to result in lower housing target numbers than is in this borough plan. Yeah, it's incredible, and yet we're expected to vote for it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beaumont, you have the right to reply before we move to the vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a local development scheme. It's not a scheme, it's a local development scheme. This is a process whereby the evidence base, the housing numbers, and everything else that goes into local development are reviewed throughout the year. The last local development scheme was adopted in September 2019, and the timescales within that local development scheme are now out of date and need updating to reflect the formal stages of the borough plan review, as well as the emerging development plan documents, supplementary planning documents, and community infrastructure levy. So you can see this is the start of a process. It's not actually developing and installing a scheme, it's doing the work necessary to produce new information, new evidence, and get a new base on which planning can proceed. It's a protection for the borough against having inspectors coming in and say, you're out of date, you haven't got your evidence, we can't proceed with whatever's happening. So for me, this is about the start of a process and not the end of it. So, Madam Mayor, I think we should vote to let this document go through. It gives a time scale against which progress can be made, and reports can be posted on the website of Nuneaton and Bedworth Borough Council.
Yeah.
It's a process.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. Let's move to the vote.
Thank you, Councillor Beaumont. We will move to the vote on the proposal. Simone, would you take the vote, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, just to be clear, this is a vote now on the substantive motion as set out in the agenda. If you could please indicate for or against. Okay. Councillor Beaumont.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Croft.
Against.
Councillor Daffin.
For.
Councillor Doherty.
4.
Councillor Elliott.
4.
Councillor Evans.
Against, and could I please request that my vote is recorded in the minutes?
It is a recorded vote, as I understand it, Simone. It was requested.
That's correct. Councillor Gazane.
Against.
Councillor Glass.
4.
Councillor Golby.
Against.
Councillor Grant.
Against.
Councillor Gutteridge.
Against.
Councillor Hancox.
4.
Councillor Hocking.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor Condacor.
Against.
Councillor Llewellyn Nash.
Against.
Councillor Lloyd.
4.
Councillor Longdon.
4.
Councillor Pandare.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
4.
Councillor Pomfret.
4.
Councillor Rudkin.
4.
Councillor A. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Sargent.
Against.
Councillor J. Shepherd.
4.
Councillor T. Shepherd.
4.
Councillor Smith.
Against.
Councillor Tandy.
4.
Councillor Tromans.
Against.
Councillor Walmsley.
Against.
Councillor Watkins.
4.
And Councillor Wilson.
Against.
That's carried, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. The vote was carried. That brings us to the end of the meeting. Any questions that were asked by members will receive a written reply. So could we ensure that the live streaming is turned off, please, Simone?
I will confirm, Madam Mayor.